how Vin goes out of his way to make a ton of extra work for himself.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry about it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's for me to know and you to...
It's definitely not me redesigning the entire recording overlay again, is it?
No one does that.
No, I would never do that again. After less than 7 months of use, I definitely would not design another new one.
Listen, before that, he was redesigning the map all the time, so...
I mean...
Who would do that for videos that only I watch?
Well, if I never upload another thing onto the podcast correctly, or I forget and Hannah doesn't remind me, she'll be forced to watch them.
I will say, you have been uploading them lately, so I have technically been watching the videos, though I have the fancy YouTube, so I listen to the YouTube videos. So I don't even look at it.
I don't know what that means. The fancy YouTube.
Red.
Oh.
So I also have that.
Is that a service that they charge you money for? So you
it's like $15 a month. You get
watching them.
What?
It's $15 a month. You get ad-free videos and like the ability to have videos play when you're not tabbed into.
Oh, you mean that thing you can do with YouTube Advanced on Android for free?
Yeah, it's funny.
It's funny how you have to spend more money to enjoy basic things on an Apple product.
To give you free Google Play Music, which I used to use. Because I also thought it was pretty decent. But yeah.
I'm on a family plan with a bunch of people out here.
After leaving Nosh Dween
on Saturn
in a family plan, the family plan known as the Shynwatch,
on top of a cabinet,
made their way through the wilds of the Shaymar Expanse, sneaking their way into Kintaran lands. Here they began to scout. They ran afoul of strange creatures in a seemingly dangerous cave, a keeper of these apparent creatures. And there was a division of trust on what was going on with this whole thing. Everything here seemed off. Everything here seemed somehow both dangerous and untrusting. You steeled yourselves and began to scout. Not only that, but you had Simon's good ally Onyx scout for you. The first day you made it, you learned that something was going on, and later found out that it was Simon's Berg getting caught. At the same time, you found out the only reason they were still in Borealis was that they were waiting for orders from the capital. What those orders could be, what they could be waiting on, you're not sure. But as you headed back, with Simon keeping Onyx as a basic lookout of any major things going on in the town, you found out they were interrogating and putting to death various citizens of Borealis and the outlying farm. With no immediate recourse to this, as you guys slept, a group of people from the Arkmorda Isles came about your camp, and Owen became the apparent god of these lands for at least a few moments, and convinced them for at least 10 seconds. But eventually, you found out that they were not enemies but allies. That at least one of them was an old friend of Evian's, and, well, if nothing else, it was something else out here that you could trust. But you said your goodbyes, splitting up, you making your way towards whatever the next leg of this infiltration is, while they headed further towards Borealis, waiting on what could be next. At the same time, you warned Nosh Dween of a single traveler on horseback sent from Borealis in the direction of Hatherton. Oh. Coming upon the next morning, as you guys awaken from your long and never quite as satisfying as you would hope slumber. Another morning in the lands of Kintaran, and I would ask unto all of you, Sophia, Owen, Evian, Ishri, and Walker, what are you guys doing?
Did we get a night's rest?
Yeah.
I
was just gonna pick up. I was just gonna. We
we
didn't roll them or anything. I was picking up the next morning after you guys went back to bed and everything from the night before and all that.
Oh yeah, Walker did his night's rest the previous day, so he can go out looking around. So I guess that Walker already did his.
I'll take my one level 3 spell slot. God damn it.
And you'll enjoy it.
No, I won't, because using it means that I'm inherently not enjoying it.
So, the day is yours. It is Omen 6 Titus. We are getting well and truly into the mornings now are on the more brisk side. Definitely not cold, but enough that like it's refreshing, and by come afternoon now, it's like, oh, like it's almost a downer when it hits like 80, 85, because the mornings are now 55, 60.
Is Ishri fucking freezing? Because she's only ever lived in one temperature, and it was nice air conditioned whatever temperature.
That's up to you. I would imagine that the getting used to the heat right away probably wasn't too bad, but yeah, like sleeping through the cold every night, maybe.
She just grabs a couple extra ones. Or just
But-
takes various bag of items and puts them on top of herself to keep warm.
Okay, fair. Fair enough.
I imagine Walker has spent the remainder of the evening kind of keeping an eye on things, doing various work, making sure the silvered bolts are, primed and ready to be used if needed. Doing generic weapons maintenance. By the time morning arrives, he would be getting food ready for everyone, heating up some of the rations.
Owen makes tea, as always.
Owen makes tea as always. The camp is as... I don't want to say as safe as it always has been, because I don't know that we call this camp overtly safe, but the camp is as it always is. You guys have breakfast. The day is yours out here in the wilderness.
After he finishes eating, Walker will kind of silently look off into the brush, not saying anything, but also not really doing anything either, which is not the norm for him.
You had mentioned you wanted me to try to see if I could find an object while you were holding your medallion, I believe.
Aye. To see if the amulet's magic would block yours.
Very well. Should I just try to locate the amulet itself?
Whatever you wish. Shouldn't matter as long as it's on the person.
Very well.
Sophia is gonna go ahead and start casting locate object for like the. I guess I'll try out the medallion itself, the magical medallion that Owen has on this person. Good.
Ishri would say, as you say that, she'd say, "What do you want to try? Like I don't know, the shirt or something that isn't itself
Well,
the thing doing the protection magic?"
but I'm just intrigued to see if they could be tracking the object itself as well. But anyways, I can try something else just to properly do the test. And she'll go ahead and do the shirt.
Focus.
When she begins casting the spell, Owen just kind of like walks out into the trees, just to see in his mind, like it's one thing for her to know where it is if she can see it, but he's never cast the spell himself, so he figures maybe it will
Make sure it's not just her obviously being like, yeah, well, I know it's there because you're here. You want to make sure it's the magic doing the work.
Well, and it's not. I don't mean to suggest that Sophia would be dishonest. That's just like how Owen interprets the magic.
No, that's fine.
And then he
Makes
never
sense.
returned.
Sophia never finds him. But,
All right.
so can she locate?
This is the Hazen Vale you're attempting to locate.
No, just whatever shirt Owen has.
Oh, the shirt. Okay.
You could also do like his sword or his charm.
The one with all the soup stains on it.
He wears his charm at all times.
The boy loves his soup.
Sophia do whatever obvious thing she can see.
His
Evidently,
hair.
when she looks at him. That's not that counts as him as a person.
Focus for a moment. Nothing. Even though in your head you know he just walked over there. He's somewhere right in that thicket of trees. You're not exactly sure where, but even then, it does not pull you. It is as if this object does not exist around you.
Okay, Owen, you can come back now. I have no idea where you are. It did not work.
And if Owen was a more suave, graceful man, he would appear like right behind Sophia, but he's not that. So he kind of like he calls out, "Oh, all right," and he just kind of just like crashes out of the undergrowth, whispering some hurried apologies to the disturbed plants as he goes. So what happened? Did it work?
No, it didn't. Ben, by the way, that did take a spell slot, right?
Yes.
Is locate object not a ritual?
No, it's not ritual.
No.
Huh.
Owen's eyes kind of sparkle a little bit, and he says, "Truly."
So they would have no way of figuring out where you are, even if you leave with the magical object.
Well, that settles it then. Whoever is to go in must wear the amulet.
We'll have to figure out, because we'll have to be careful about you being spied on if ever you do give it to anybody else. Because then they'll know where we are anyways.
Well, it depends on who's doing the scrying. I mean, that Soul Strider, he didn't seem to hold any more loyalty towards Lenore and the Red Band. He seemed to be under the control of a new master.
Yeah, but if they want you captured, they could still easily tell anybody in Morales by sending them where you are.
True. I suppose we don't know how closely they are still working together.
Anyways, we're pretty sure that they're waiting for orders from Farad, no?
I was under the impression they were waiting for orders from Verona.
Oh, I see. Well, either way. For now, let's focus on the task at hand. Which we'll have to figure out how to get in there, so should we head to the caves? If we're lucky, Milo will still be around because it's early enough, and we could ask him to help out.
We could do that, or we could split up. I don't know what Walker's plan was for the day, but I've recovered some of my strength, and I can go and go back to the town and continue the search for the item itself.
Walker sighs from his seated position. I don't think splitting up would be a good idea at this point. The cave is on the way to the town. We could just go there, speak with him, establish a further rapport, see if he's willing to assist in this endeavor, and then make our way to the town. Make use of Owen's abilities in return.
The second someone said to do anything, the second Sophia said do anything, Ishri like jumped up and was like, yes, let's go. Yes, please.
Well, we just have to. Well, then let's pack up our things and head towards the cave.
We can leave some things here, like a bag of rations, and Owen like motions to Evian.
Just leave Evian here.
No, because he's the one who carries
Avian
it.
is the bag of rations.
God
Yeah,
damn
we
it.
cut him open every night. If we're to do that, we'll want to hoist it, keep it away from any bears, otherwise.
The going will be easier if we travel a bit lighter.
I mean,
Or
we
not
can
going that
remove our,
far.
like, bedrolls and such. We probably should keep the rations. Just in case.
I always keep some backup on me. Ones that are far lighter than, well, that bag.
Behind Walker, you see Sin kind of snarling at the prospect as Walker says that.
I got really confused for like a microsecond because for some reason, I still thought Sin was a horse. So I was imagining Sin, the horse, snarling.
Oh.
Anyway, so. At that point, leaving behind some manner of camping supplies.
Walker does make sure that anything that's left behind is not visible upon first glance.
Give me a survival check. See how well you can hamper down all of this, make it not look like a abandoned
Pretty well.
camp.
I was gonna
Pretty well,
help.
I'd say.
Literally going to help.
Go ahead, roll as well then.
And now I'm gonna be all sad when I roll shit. Okay, I'll accept that.
Okay,
Pretty
yeah.
good. Pretty good. Owen is almost as good as Walker at surviving.
Yeah, but Owen can also just ask his god what way to go, and so he can't get lost in that sense.
Yeah,
He's-
well,
this is
Walker
his
has a
home
knife.
turf. This is his favorite terrain.
Oh.
Holy Land, fucking Kintaran.
So anyway, you guys do your best to cover things up, leave what you don't need for the day's travels, and make your way back towards the...
Yes.
It is a quick journey, knowing where you're going now, and after the pathfinding that Walker led with Evian the day before, getting through the branches and hills and awkwardness of it is much easier. And after maybe a half hour of travel, wrapping your way around the hills and things, you make your way back to the cave, which is currently covered over by a large tree.
Ishri goes up to the tree, hugs it, and whispers a few hopes and dreams. Or just the senses of hopes and dreams.
Walker first glances at Owen and then at, I guess Sophia? With like
Sophia's just looking at Ishri as if this is perfectly normal.
Who else was with Sophia on that? It was,
Simon.
it was Simon.
Simon was the other one. Simon, Ishri, and Sophia.
Sophia looks like this is perfectly normal and this has happened many times before.
Ishri, what are you doing?
That's fine. This is the way to do it.
And as you ask that question, Walker, like the second Sophia starts saying it's fine, you hear the bending of branches and the stretching of root as they begin to move away, making an entryway for you.
Walker is tense for but a moment as he watches the tree move on its own.
I told you, Milo left us a way back in.
Hopes and dreams.
Exactly.
Owen's going to when Ishri does her whispering, he's gonna get a big smile on his face, and like after Walker recovers from his moment of shock, he's gonna lightly elbow him and kind of like half whisper, "See, I told you they'd listen."
The funny thing is, as a DM, I have no idea what Ishri was talking about with the hopes and dreams thing.
Didn't he say hopes and dreams?
Assuming it's a reference.
Well, he said that we could like ask the branches to reopen, but the hopes and dreams, he did say that's how trees communicate.
Yes, I thought that's what he said. Okay, I am
He
right.
did.
Okay, good.
Okay, I was so lost. I'm like, why? I just assumed it was some weird alien shit.
No, it's because the guy said that trees don't really talk, but they convey hopes and dreams.
Yes, so Ishri told it. Oh, and as the roots continue to pull away, you see they have moved further down and created a set of stairs down into the cave once more.
Well, let's go. He might also...
Go ahead, sorry.
I was just gonna say he might be up and about already, but we can see if we can find him.
Walker's going to glance down at Sin to make sure that being back in the cave is not going to cause too much stress.
Sin seems more confident now.
Yeah, but she's a dog.
Seemingly, yeah.
Dachshund's a bad bitch. She's a
Or maybe it's
confident
just the
motherfucker.
fact that she's been alive for more than 10 minutes and wasn't in a cramped space that whole time.
Maybe. Seeing that Sin is doing okay, Walker, I guess we'll wait for the others to go first. Keep an eye on things at the back.
Where's Liliana? Liliana?
Lily dog. Lily the dog
Lily the
is
dog.
up next to Ishri this entire time. Lily the dog is... Ishri is not... Ishri hopes she stays by her side the whole time.
There is our cave once more, if you need that map for any reason.
Sophia
Hop on
just
it.
kind of walk up to the edge of the cave, and while they're going down, she'd say, "Milo, are you around?"
There's no response.
Ishri makes some clucking noises, like a bird. They don't really sound like a bird.
Ishri, what are you doing?
Well, he was a bird for a bit, so maybe he communicates with bird.
What? Ishri, even if the person used magic to turn into a bird, why would they respond to bird noises sooner than Sophia saying hello?
I don't know.
Right. If they're not here yet, we might need to return later.
Perhaps we can leave a note.
I also just sent him a sending.
I mean,
Walker looks to Rom.
I cannot.
If not, we can look around. If he can become an animal, I think it'll be hard to find his tracks, not knowing what he would be.
Looking at Rom, she just... Oh, I guess. What do you guys want me to even say?
Just ask him if he can help out with the cave system. Tell him that it's like Sophia and Ishrid's friend. I don't know.
Just mention it's us and that we were hoping to chat with him.
It will be easier to convey our questions in person.
There's a pause for a moment as she kind of like bites at her lip, closes one eye, and kind of stares up at the sky, at the top of the cave, just thinking for a second, posing a message. And then she sends out, "Hey, it's us again. We're hoping y'all around and looking to maybe... Got a lot of questions about this cave. Looking to maybe go further in it. You around?"
As a brief aside, I hate Ven's ROM voice.
Hey, you can tell Alex that when she gets here.
Sure, if I remember.
And a moment later, she says he was out getting breakfast, but he'll be back. A little bit.
There you go.
We're free to make ourselves at home. He gives a little half nod at that.
Walker, who is still, I imagine, standing near the entrance, just kind of looks around, wondering what the fuck it means to make yourself at home, and will usher Sin to follow him back outside, and he's going to wait at the entrance.
Sophia's gonna sit down on the root and just take out sheets of paper and start doing her thing, waiting around. Get herself comfortable sitting down.
Owen's going to sort of join Walker, but like rather than sit with him or stand with him, he's going to walk around the immediate area and like, you know, he'll like inspect the big tree that was blocking it again and do a little bit more singing to it, hoping to repair any damage that he missed the first time.
Walker will be doing some casual wood carving next to this.
Well, that feels weird.
That does feel weird.
Anyway, yes, sorry, Hannah?
Ishri is going to continue to teach her dog how to sword fight.
Oh, my.
He is more than willing and excited to learn how to fight from what she seems to consider the best fighter in the world.
Well, yeah.
Yeah?
And she hasn't seen anyone better.
Shots. Shade.
Oh, this continues for 15-20 minutes, maybe a bit more. Owen, the tree seems as happy and healthy a tree as you have ever seen. The sounds of Ishri and Lily, sometimes not really sure which one of them is growling at the other. As they continue to train, Lily has seemingly always is finding new sticks now and carrying them with her. And just wailing them wildly, like as she just rips her head from left to right, just lets go of it on mistake, and just fucking yotes the stick 15-20 feet, nearly hitting somebody, charges over, grabs it, turns back around. Ishri with a seemingly infinite training partner here, if nothing else.
If Sin starts growling at him, like at either Lily or anything else out of nowhere, if there's no actual threat, Walker's gonna mentally scold her.
Sin seems a little sad. Like, it's mostly just this almost forlorn longing.
What you want to say?
What is Sin longing for?
Seems to be wanting to play with the other dog.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't know how to dog.
If Sin just wants to play, Walker will get a stick to play fetch with her.
Go grab a stick, throw it. Sin runs, grabs it, and brings it back to you after a second. And you start to like lean down to grab it, and she just runs past you towards Lily.
Walker does not scold immediately and will watch how this unfolds.
She begins to try and copy Lily, and as soon as she starts to, Lily kind of like awkwardly shuffles away towards Ishri.
Ishri tries to teach them now both how to fight with a sword. With the stick.
Lily seems less receptive now.
Oh my god.
Ishri will say to Lily the dog, you must... It's okay. Other people can
Lily
learn.
the
That's
dog.
important.
Other people can learn, meaning this other magical dog.
Yes.
Give me a
Could also
persuasion
be-
check.
Persuasion check for
Yeah.
the dog.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god.
It's good to teach others. Maybe Lily the dog, I can teach you and you can teach Sin the dog. This is perfect.
Walker's just kind of watching, like
I'm assuming
had,
they're
like-
still down in the cave, right?
Yeah, he's like watching from up above. So Walker's just like kind of watching from like his like upward angle. He had like his carving knife back out, but it's kind of just like paused, kind of dumbstruck by the fucking conversation.
And after a moment, Lily just kind of gives this half nod, and then, like, she slowly comes up to you and, like, goes to place the stick she's been carrying all morning in your hand, and then turns around and charges at Sin, and they begin fighting over the stick that Sin has.
What the fuck?
Can I get opposing strength checks from the dogs, please?
I don't have that sheet open. Oh god, I need to keep that sheet open. Hang on. Do you want horse sin or dog sin? Strength check.
Dog Sin.
Ugh.
Ooh. As you see, Lily kind of like runs forward and grabs it, and Sin rolls back a couple of feet, just digging her heels in, and you just start to hear as they're kind of like pulling at each other. She begins to dig in even more and starts pulling Sin backwards, like just digging in. Sin's just getting dragged along. Another strength check, please. Ooh, this time around, you can see as Lily just kind of rips her head to the left side, yanks the stick out for just a second as Sin loses it, and then just tumbles forward, grabbing back onto it.
Ishri's going...
Sorry?
Ishri's gonna yell out loud, Lily the dog, what are you doing? Why aren't you... Just share this stick. It's just a stick.
She doesn't... She hears you, but she seems like the undertone you're getting right now, like emotionally, is like something akin to excitement.
Emotional undertone.
As she continues doing it, more strength checks. They're back to normal.
My.
Oh my god. This time Sin kind of like turns, so they're both on the same side of the stick, rather than nose to nose or anything. And they're like slamming like their asses into each other as they're walking forward. And Sin kind of turns at the last second, and like they kind of roll, and they both kind of roll over halfway and just slam into the side of the cave wall. One more strength check, please. And as Lily starts to get up, she kind of like cocks her head to the side, and Sin takes this opportunity to pretty much jump backwards with his jaw just tight around this stick, and Lily just immediately loses it, and just her ears go back, and she kind of turns back to Ishri, turns towards, looks up at Walker, looks back at Sin, back at Walker, back at Sin. Second layer, she like crouches low to the ground. Sin kind of moves a few more feet away triumphantly, kind of almost prancing with the stick held high in her, just at the top of her mouth as she holds her head up.
Sophia will also like look up and see Ishri and say at this point, "Don't worry about it, Ishri. This is how dogs play."
And then
I think Owen, being where he is, would hear Walker mutter something along the lines of, "I have no idea how to train a dog."
There's a brief interruption in Owen's song as he snorts a bit, but other than that, he continues.
Hang on.
to sing.
I'm gonna do like I'm gonna run that back. He would say, "How the hell do you train a magic dog?" Something like that.
Oh,
So, Ishri, it's healthy for dogs to play like this. It's the same way, like, people will often play games, or especially children. Dogs will enjoy just playing games either with each other or with you sometimes.
I guess it just feels like they're fighting over a stick, which is so silly. I mean, if you're supposed to train a dog like you train a baby, I wouldn't allow babies to fight over sticks.
I mean, it might not be a stick, but children will fight over toys sometimes. It's the same idea.
But you stop them from doing that because it's silly.
Well, it's okay for them to do silly things sometimes. There's no need to be serious right now, so it's just about learning when it's appropriate to do silly things and when it's not. If we were trying to have a serious conversation and the dogs were bumping into us, we'd have to let them know that they have to calm down for a few minutes and then they can start playing again after. Anyways, that's how the dogs I suppose the dogs I've seen more. They weren't my dogs per se, but I've dealt with a few dogs.
As you're saying this, Lily is trying to crawl back to Ishri as Sin runs up to Ishri and presents the stick.
And this right now means that she wants you to throw the stick so she can run after it and go get it.
Okay, Ishri is going to pick up the stick and chuck it as hard as she can
Which direction? Further into the cave or towards the exit?
towards the exit.
Okay.
And she fucking bashes Rom on the head.
Oh my god.
Alright, you just launch it, and she just immediately takes off. You can see Lily, who was much further back and laying down. You can see, like, as you're lifting it back, her tail was already wagging. As you're starting to throw it, she takes off well before Sin does. And as they get over near the root stairs, if you will, there is a walker. Well, you pretty much all watch in a combination of horror and pratfall as Sin crashes over Lily, rolls into the roots, and just, like, as the proverbial dust settles, Lily is walking away with the stick, and Sin is laying on her back with her tail wagging.
Can't you tell if they look happy right now, Ishri? This is just how they have fun. It is silly and goofy, but that's just how dogs do it.
Ishri
Just
nods.
enjoying their time.
I guess. I'd rather than be learning how to fight, but this is fine, I guess.
Some people can't be training 100% of the time.
That sounds like quitter talk.
Sin's gonna or fucking
Sophia looks concerned.
Walker is going to head back downstairs and mention Sin's job isn't to fight. Dogs like Sin aren't. They're not warhounds. They're hunting dogs. Sin will be. What Sin needs to learn is how to track or how to retrieve things, not how to fight. And even then, dogs can't use weapons. They have teeth and claws for a reason.
I suppose. Lily just seems so taken with it.
I think it's just because she enjoys spending time with you.
Maybe try working on your teamwork rather than teaching her how to use a stick or a sword.
Yeah, you could teach her how to do some cool moves. She could, like, I don't know, jump on your back and then onto the enemy and try to make them crash the ground. And then you could use your sword against them.
Maybe you could have Lily trip up an enemy who you're already fighting.
By standing behind them. Things like that.
Ishri nods, thinking. It's hard for her, but she's trying.
Dogs can do many different things. I'm sure if you ask her though, she'll try to use a sword or a stick as a sword. I'm not sure it'll be very efficient, but I'm sure she'll try.
As long as we're just together, I think it'll be okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Walker's gonna look back towards Sin for a moment before heading back outside.
You see as what seems to be a flock of ducks are flying overhead. V formation.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, Alex.
Yes,
What do you call a group of ducks?
a flock.
A gander?
No, it's a gaggle
there
of
A
might-
murder of ducks.
There might be a more specific term.
Anyway,
what? Two,
neither here nor there. As you're kind of watching this, Walker, you see as one of the ducks just kind of peels off and starts to dive in your general direction.
Walker's gonna place one hand on his crossbow. Initial thought when he was looking at the ducks was that would make some good dinner, but then he realizes that maybe there's a magic duck in there. He keeps his hand on the crossbow just to be safe, but will wait for whatever it is to land.
It lands about 15 feet away, crashing. Like, you hear a crash, like a... in a nearby bush out of sight, and a moment later, you see the gentleman known as Milo emerge from the bush, covered in leaves and sticks.
Walker's gonna fucking give him a weird look before asking, are you okay?
He just kind of like shrugs a bit and begins straightening his cloak and just like trying to wipe off. He's just like, ugh. I'll do it right well. Doing great. Not much for flying. Well, I'm great at the flying. I'm not so good at the landing. That's really the part that's always gotten me.
Seemed more like a crash to me.
Guy shrugs. 6 of these, half a dozen of the other. Isn't that what they say?
Some people, I guess.
Gives a nod. You can see now he is also wearing a very wide-brimmed hat, which you didn't see him in before.
Sophia,
Yeah, it's like a straw, like really large sun hat.
How many severed heads does he have on his belt this time?
Right now, give me a perception check.
Sophia's walking up to join the guys.
Walker is going to mentally tell Sin to come sit next to him.
That you can see 9.
Don't like that.
Said
I'm
it.
sure Walker can visibly see at least one, right?
Yeah, you can see at least a few, but like again, they're on a stringer that's kind of hooked up to like the side of not necessarily his backpack, but like it looks like buckles or something on the on like his overcoat that's under his cloak.
Ew.
So they're kind of like
Let it be-
wrapped.
Let it be established that Walker does not like that.
Are these the same severed heads as before, or new ones?
Yeah, they look the same.
Still don't like that.
Only been like a day or two.
Owen kind of scrunches up his nose upon seeing that this man is doing the creepy salesman thing, but with fucking severed heads under his coat. And he kind of like just hovers, waiting for Sophia to speak.
Ishri comes up as well.
Oh, I think it was the, I'm not sure. Don't think I ever called her name. Yes, the tall one who was, talking to me, and he kind of taps in his head. Tell me you all need to, have a conversation about exactly what's going on, so.
Yes.
What can I help you with?
We were curious about exploring a bit further the cave system that they spoke about the other time. We were wondering if you could potentially help us out with that a bit.
He raises an eyebrow a bit, and not necessarily with like a big smile, but with like a sense of like willingness. He just pauses and, well, I'm sure I can, though. I don't think I've been in there quite as much as you've been giving me credit for. I've spent a few days going in there, but let me tell you, being in there alone, it's a little creepy. And on top of that, kind of like leans in a little bit closer, not like trying to be sneaky or anything, but trying to seem like he is. On top of that, being alone, you get a little turned around. I'm not the best with my sense of direction.
Well, in this case, you'll get to know how the cave works and not be alone, because we're gonna try to figure it out together, so that way we'll all know where to go if we do end up using the cave system.
Walker looks progressively more perturbed as the man explains his experience level with the cave.
As I said, I've headed in at least a little ways. I mean, the biggest problem is, you get in a couple 100 feet or so, and it just gets real cramped. Can't really... Well, he kind of motions to the giant water tank that Sophia's carrying. Don't know if something like that would be the best choice of option to be carrying if you're going to be heading into something, so, I wouldn't take anything that can't take a bump.
There you go.
Gotta do some squeezing, and he kind of like does charades of like the idea of like trying to like pull things through and cramming luggage and sort of shit like that.
Hold on a second now. All we need to know is if this cave or another one close by connects to the mines in Borealis.
Well, I would have to imagine that this does, because I mean, there's stuff in there, and if it's not coming from here, then it's got to be coming from somewhere further in.
What do you mean by stuff in there?
You know, things like rats and cave animal. Look, I don't know. He kind of like holds his hands up. I don't know a lot about animals. I know. He shrugs at that point. I don't know a ton, really, but there's one thing I could be confident in saying. It's that he gives a nod. Yeah, I think that you're not going to see rats, really. Those sorts of things, mice. Living in there if there's nothing to be living off of.
You were just a duck, but you don't know much about animals?
I knew I was a duck.
I can do
Walker looks-
magic. I haven't studied it for most of my life. I know of magic, not and the concept of the magic I do. I don't know about anybody else's magic.
What about the serpent? Did you ask the serpent?
Better not to. Yeah, we have a deal, and you know those people that you just don't really want to interact with, even after you've done it. You're like, oh yeah, that went great. That went absolutely incredibly great, but I'm afraid I might get punched in the face if I talk to him again. That's kind of how I feel about it.
The snake can punch?
Well,
It was
proverbially,
a metaphor, Ishri.
it could punch me in the chest with its fangs.
Could you teach someone to talk with it as you do?
He kind of pauses for a moment and kind of thinks about it. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe. No one's ever asked before. It's always just something I've kind of been able to do. I mean, he kind of scratches.
Been able to talk to animals.
I mean, I've always been good with them, and they say magic manifests in what you're best at. And he kind of motions to Rom. She must be good at talking to people, or she's just really loud.
Walker kind of looks at the others, thinking how Owen is healing magic, and
As a doctor.
Simon has fucking flame death magic.
It could be both, Rom says, and then like winks exaggeratedly.
I've never heard that, actually.
Well, I
She
mean,
read about herself.
Well, I mean, I guess it could be accurate in some sense.
he gives a little half shrug at that, not exactly sure on how to essentially continue that, and he just, well, either way, I think the point at hand is I can always try and teach it, though no one's ever really asked.
I would be willing to give it a shot, time permitting.
Would now be the best time?
I
Probably.
suppose that would depend on how long it would take.
There's no way to know if we don't try.
Speaking of, has Simon sent out the owl for its reconnaissance?
You mean the fat pigeon?
The bitch ass pigeon, yeah.
Oh, was Onyx was kind of did you want me to, or I guess?
That was William asking.
Oh,
No, I think he came back the other night on top of the bubble.
I can send him back out. Though, getting a little antsy about it.
A pigeon during the day makes more sense than a pigeon during the night, I guess.
It's still safer than any of us going.
Simon gives a agreeing nod and focuses for a second. And you see after a moment he holds his hands together, and as he like opens them, you see as Onyx appears in his hands, looking mildly annoyed. He was sleeping in a tree nearby. Need you to go scouting again, okay? And after a moment, you see this very defeated look as it just kind of does this annoying pigeon coo and just... It just kind of starts like... It kind of rolls and flops out of his hand onto the ground and takes about 6 very exaggerated heavy steps and then flutters off.
What if I should have tried to give Sin wings? Walker kind of mutters to himself.
Hell yeah, without the training, I don't think it's worth it. You really gotta work to.
What?
You know, learn to fly. It's a lot of work.
Is that how that works? Isn't it just magic?
I mean, I wouldn't...
It was for me.
He kind of rolls his eyes. Well, when it was me, I just about fall on my ass just about every time I try and land anywhere when I'm flying. So,
Ron, when you gave me wings, it was like I had instincts that I didn't have before. Could just fly. I didn't have to think about it.
That's what it seemed like. But I guess I suppose there's a visual effect, but your body doesn't really change when I do it.
You're still yourself. I suppose you aren't another creature altogether.
but I don't get any extra instincts when I turn into a duck. He guy shakes his head a bit.
Right. Anyway. We'd like to work out a deal with you for your assistance in at least scouting out these caves.
He raises an eyebrow. A deal? I mean, I've offered my help. I've offered the caves. I've given you safety here. I mean, nothing to worry about, as long as you don't go messing with the giant snake. So what do you mean, a deal?
I mean, a deal is, and we're none of us are going to demand your assistance, but we would like you to assist us either way.
Yes, and what would you like me to do? I mean, I've already told you, going in there alone, I get lost and confused. I was in there for 2 days, and, you know, eating rats and the like is just not great.
How far did you go?
I don't know, we got a few hours in and all turned around. When you don't have the sun to really guide you, knowing north from south is honestly kind of a pain in the ass.
Can't we, like, mark the walls with charcoal or something?
I can try writing down on a sheet of paper from the entrance to the cave the pathways we take, whether we go left or right or up or down. Making a semblance of a map, I suppose.
Do you know how cramped it gets?
I haven't seen anything as bad. The worst I've seen it is, like I said, about 200 feet up. Don't take anything that can't take a bit of a beating. After that, it seems to open up. Thanks for a second. I could probably help you get, like, one big thing through, but past that...
How about your assistance when it comes to if there are any other snakes?
If there's any other snakes that big, I mean... more than willing to help, but... kind of pauses for a second, considering... I mean, yeah, I'm willing to help deal with them, but... fine.
What do you mean?
No. This one, I, you know, went hunting for a couple days, brought some stuff back, proved I was trustworthy. But you gotta, you know, you gotta promise you're not gonna, you know, piss in its porridge if you see another one. And they're apt to act like they already had their porridge pissed in, so I'm not exactly sure what to... It becomes a matter of, I'm afraid, you know, any kind of, like, motions to your crossbow. Not necessarily you, but someone being a little trigger happy is the more dangerous side.
What are you trying to say?
You gotta be real careful. Sometimes they're pissed off, sometimes they're already hungry, and you're the food, and sometimes that just means you gotta run and come back. Or try and kill it. I'm more confident in an 8-on-1 than I am on a 1-on-1.
Right. I only ask your assistance because you've said you can speak with animals.
Gives a nod. Yes?
Potentially. What he's saying is that he can speak to it, but we might not get any good results out of it anyways.
Well, as far as I figure, it's a better chance any of us have.
Possibly, but I've never seen anyone quite care about a tree as much as emotions towards Owen. This one here.
What does that have to... What does that to do with this?
I mean, tree's the same as a snake, really. Just can't talk to you as actively.
Walker is growing annoyed. Owen, can you talk with animals?
No, I can't. I mean, not like you and Ishri can talk to the hounds.
Walker, I think his point is just that Owen, being a very calm person who tries to be one with nature, would be a lot less likely to aggravate something like that snake than perhaps someone like, I don't know, who would act in a very abrupt manner and just make a mess or hack down some trees.
Not that she's naming names.
No.
In essence, sometimes it just takes a bit of a lighter touch when it comes to these things, and honestly, if he had the ability, I would put your friend Owen here above me in that sense. I mean, look at me. I can barely talk to myself, let alone you people.
Are you people trying to say?
I'm trying to say it's not every day a bunch of strange mages come wandering around in the middle of whatever this is, and he kind of like shakes his hand, mostly outside, seemingly in complaint to the red band invasion.
That's fair enough.
But I'll give you credit where credit's due. You're not walking around with heads, and I am, so who's the real weird one here? And he gives a little half smile at that.
We all have heads, right?
We do indeed. Ishri, we do indeed.
At that point, he smiles. Is that an offer?
Oh,
Walker fucking shoots the man don't you dare look
Only
like
if you die. It was only a question if you die.
like a try me fucking look.
Ishri aggressively shakes her head and says, "No, no, 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 no! You must burn my corpse immediately. No. Don't leave it to come back. No."
He looks a little confused and concerned.
Sophia
Walker's
just
going
shrugs.
to exit from the front of the group and move towards Ishri. Ishri, I've told you, that's not how things work here.
I mean, are we sure? Maybe she knows something we don't.
Walker shoots the man a fucking glare.
Is he speaking in what language was he speaking in again?
You're right. He is speaking in Garish currently.
Did Simon translate that sentence right there?
Yes, he will.
Ishri
Bastard.
Ishri nods and says, "Yes, baby."
Ishri, there are so many people on this side who die and do not become a zombie because that's not how it works here. Don't you
He's right.
think if
We
people
don't-
became zombies when they died, you would be seeing more of them?
Everyone who was dead started walking the earth again. I mean, that's... Ooh.
Well, fucking Walker speaking Lenorian to Ishri.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know, but I suppose, but at least with my corpse, please burn my corpse. She grabs Walker like by the shoulders and like looks at him very seriously.
Ishri, stop. We'll see your wishes done. You need to understand that, again, things aren't the same here.
I know, but I would hate for me to not think that something's the same and get it wrong. And then I don't know, rise from the dead and kill you all or something.
I can promise
Makes
you, at
you-
least that won't be happening.
If it makes you feel any better, Ishri, here in Garland, pyres are a traditional way to bury a warrior. That's how I buried my brothers.
Ishri nods. We've done a few, yes.
Walker shakes his head and doesn't move back towards the guy, letting other people converse with him because he's already sick of talking to him.
Well then, when did we want to go search the caves? She looks back to the rest of the group.
Well, that is a point of some contention because we are, half a day's journey from Borealis as it stands. Even if the caves do connect to the mines, they will not go in a straight line. They will meander and perhaps crisscross, and there will be passages. It will take time to map them, if it can be done at all.
Yes.
I'm not sure we have such time.
So what is the other option? That we just send a person alone again, or
I don't know.
Well, what's
I
your
mean,
plan?
I think this is the safest option. But if you prefer to do something else, Owen, we can do another thing. It's just we didn't seem to have any other solid plans.
If this was the path we choose for infiltration, then we will need to scout it ahead of time. In addition to that, we'll not be able to do our full trip through until we know exactly where it is.
Or
From what Milo has said, we could spend days down in the caves and come up short.
I mean, are you guys speaking Garish at this point?
I guess.
Milo at this
assuming-
point.
I would assume not, because don't we want Ishmi involved in this issue?
I mean,
Oh.
Simon is constantly translating.
Yeah,
so.
Simon
that's
has been. I'm just wondering because we came to the same impasse last time, and the conclusion was we're going to try to figure out if the caves are a path.
And we have come here asking Milo if he knows anything
We
more
already-
than we do.
We already knew he didn't know the pathway yet.
I mean, I hadn't spoken to him, so
You asked me if there was a way, if I thought there would be a way through the mines. I told you he'd figure it. We could figure it out if we went, and he could help us out. But he wouldn't know the. Anyways, I still think this is the safest way because we didn't have any other ways to do it in the end last time. But if you want us to go back to only doing planning and not doing anything, Owen, please let us go ahead.
we still don't even know. He kind of draws up short. Milo, may I have a moment alone, my associates?
He gives a nod and starts walking out of the cave.
Walking out of his own home.
Sophia,
And
please.
Lorian Walker will add, as far as help goes, he doesn't seem too intent on providing it.
What do you mean?
He's already said that despite him being able to speak to animals, he thinks Owen will make it better. Walker just kind of shrugs, not knowing the right word here.
Please, he'll still be able to actually speak. I believe he just meant that Owen would be more charismatic in a manner to convince a snake if he could speak with animals, which is not the case. At least not for now.
Sounded to me like he was intent on not assisting us with anything on this matter.
What?
But maybe I misunderstood.
I mean, if I didn't understand, I mean, I don't know what you understood, but I'm just very confused. This man said that he'd be willing to help us out with the caves, help us out communicate with the snake, even though he doesn't think he'd be the best to do it because we have a large group of unpredictable people, so a snake is less likely to cooperate. And then he said that he'd do everything else with us, offer us the cave and the pathway. I don't know what else he could be doing.
It sounded like he refused to do any of that.
Did it?
He kept giving excuses as to why he shouldn't.
Based off Sophia's general understanding of the conversation, he seemed to be wanting to help, right?
William's
Yeah.
understanding was that he just said no, and here's why.
Yeah, no, he seemed to be willing to help, but wasn't confident in his abilities.
Fuck down, man.
Yeah, no, just because he says he doesn't think he can convince the snake to do it, and just because he said that he got turned around when he was by himself, he said when you're alone you get turned around.
Right, move on. I misunderstood, alright?
Whether he's willing to help or not, I suppose I misunderstood. It sounded to me when you described, I had a picture in my head that he was familiar with this cave, that he had some type of understanding of how far it went, the dangers it posed. I'm not saying that we do nothing, but Sophia, we don't even know where the object that we seek is. We do not know. We have guessed at the building that it is located in.
If we
It
can
still
get
must
to
be
the end,
located.
and if we get to the end of the cave, then you can do your thing with the magic a lot easier, and we can just go back and forth that way without the same risk of being caught.
That is
So-
assuming that it does not take us days to get there through the caves.
I'm sick of not knowing anything. Rom, can you use your magic again?
For what?
Contact Lakar, ask him what the fuck's going on.
You got it. Do you want me to word it in that specific way, or
Walker
there's any,
looks
like-
genuinely steamed, fucking angry.
Steamed like a vegetable.
like some broccoli. Ugh. Just ask him what's going on with the summit.
all right? I will do that. Rom will send a sending to Lokar.
Walker's peeved,
Asking-
dude. He's
asking-
PO'd.
Stop interrupting me.
Sorry.
Asking, what is happening at the summit? We heard from, what the fuck is his name? I'm sorry.
Max Shane.
We heard from McShane that there were some difficulties. Let me check how he worded it.
MacBook Pro Shane. I'm pretty sure he just said things were like chaotic.
We heard from McShane that something was going on. And we could really use some help. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Since
And that he sounds like he's holding out help. I don't know. Up to you, Alex. I don't fucking.
Okay, so here, I'll write it down. What is going on at the summit? We
That's what they call themselves.
heard.
Does Kim know what the summit is at this point?
Out of character, I've definitely told her about it. In character,
I mean, Sophia should generally. Sophia has a good understanding of the kins.
yeah, she has no idea what the summit is then.
Good, good.
There you go.
I think we've been trying to avoid.
She just kind of knows that there's this group we've talked about, and this guy McShane, and Walker just used the term summit.
Hey, listen, if what's his face wants to come down here and have another chat about secrecy, then he is welcome to do so.
Yeah. Listen, I just want to slap him, and I just want to just pop him one.
I mean, we did. Wasn't there a moment? Where,
I did assault him.
Yeah, Evian. At least Evian assaulted him and pinned him to the ground.
He body checked him. God, I love using that term. Body check.
Okay, here's 24.
Oh, Alex has made a posting.
What's the 25th word? The next word Rom says out loud also gets sent.
Ha!
Alright. Is that good? Is that what I'm sending?
Yeah.
Alright.
Unless anyone has any objections.
Go ahead. Oh, by the way, Alex, I hated Vin's Rom voice.
Good.
Oh. So.
We already had Rom do ascending.
Yeah, so that's your second one.
Yeah.
Go ahead and repost it. It's easier for me to see things that are not in Discord.
Sure, that makes sense.
So. Pretty sure I can also. Not as Rom saying. It did.
Well, yeah, it moved our camera slightly.
You can turn that. You're free to turn that off. There's a setting in Foundry for that.
Is there?
Yes. All right.
Quick question, Ben. How many words does take up?
It's a sound, right?
Yeah, it's a sound. So like one of his signature is like one word.
Funny.
There's a pause. Normally you are used to instantaneous responses from him unless he's like passed out asleep. There's a pause. There has been a rift in the Summit's leadership. I cannot get back right now. Ari is safe. Cannot contact you back right now. That's it.
Rom looks faintly concerned. And then she says, he said that there had been a rift in the Summit's leadership? And that he couldn't contact us back right now, but that Amar is safe.
Owen gets a bit pale, and he kind of like looks around to everyone. No
Rom,
one in particular.
Rom, you would intonate that when he said he could not contact you back, it was most likely in the case of, you know, the meta reason of not having the spell slots to do so.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay.
Why would he have to specify that Mari is safe?
Well, a rift in leadership doesn't immediately imply something violent, but saying that means there might be something violent going on.
With a group that powerful?
Did we make a mistake trusting them?
I pray that we did not.
I mean, wasn't it headed by the two, those
Careful
two?
what you say, Rom.
What should we do if we don't give it to them? What do we do with the objects?
Well, singular, as there is only one left, because they have already taken first. That, I think, is a question to ask ourselves after we have it.
There's two of them, Owen.
The second is in Barat, no?
Yes, but we still have to figure out what to do with both of them.
One apocalyptic object at a time, if you please.
Yeah, I'd say one is of more immediate concern than the other.
I suppose my thoughts are, for the duration that we hold it, it must be held by whoever has the necklace. Walker says, finishing with a look at Owen. That way, it cannot be found.
Suppose
that-
that makes sense.
After that, we'll have to find out a more permanent solution.
No matter what it is, all we know that the summit cannot or will not help us. We are on our own. And Sophia, I am just concerned that if it takes days to get through the caves, how many people will be executed while we are beneath the ground?
I just prefer to be figuring out a way to get to the town through the mines rather than sitting around at a camp trying to figure out the most efficient way to do it when there is no efficient way to do it besides for either sneak in or run through.
I mean, will we not all have to get inside the town in some way, shape, or form in order to take it? So,
No.
no? Oh, okay.
The other option is to have somebody use the whatever salve thing was that we had to be able to get in there in a magical manner. But then we need to be able to get out, which was the issue because there's no easy way to get out. Because we can't use the teleport from whoever it was. I maybe can use that door I used earlier with Avian the other time, but that's only once, and it's I could do it once. It's slightly concerning and can only be about 500 feet, but that's the thing. Afterwards, there's no way for us to get in and out. Besides, we're just sneaking through the town.
And that requires us to know where the object is first, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Could we maybe, I don't know, risk a couple more days of scouting with Owen's method, and then really hope that the item is in that building we think it is? Go in. Some of us create distractions or lie our way in as we must and disguise ourselves and use the item that makes us, go into another plane, not just as a means of covertly grabbing it, but as a means of searching as well. If it lasts for an hour, you can go through walls and ceilings. Would it not be a quick way to search?
Yes, but it takes about an hour, about 10 minutes to apply, and by consequence, we need to actually be close to a browse before using it if we want to be able to also search.
Well,
Which means we need to practically be inside, because if we're an hour away, we're in the field somewhere.
yes. I mean, we're probably going to have to sneak in and out anyway.
Which is why I suggested we use at least a day or two at minimum to try and figure out if there's a pathway through the mines so that we can get in and out. Now, if we don't want to do that, we can figure something else out, I guess. I just think this is the most efficient way and safest way to do it. If we don't want to take that time, we can do something else and barge in.
Barging in isn't necessarily the only other option. I still feel like a more precision effort would be ideal here. One or two people go in using the... One person goes in using the
Sound, yes.
finds the object, uses something else to get away, either your teleportation magic or otherwise, and then immediately goes into hiding with it. If you are using the amulet that Owen has, then they would not be able to locate you with it.
Yeah, but then we're not in hiding because they can figure out where Owen is.
I mean, that assumes they're constantly looking for him.
I mean, yeah, but he didn't remove it for a particularly long time last time, did he?
It was
It was several days, was it not?
good
Gave
week and a
Gave it
half.
to Walker before we went to the valley. He
But
gave
in
it
this
back to me
case-
afterwards.
They would be a lot closer, and it'd be a lot easier to just sending somebody else afterwards. Anyways, I think that's a bigger risk, but if that's what we want to do, that's what we want to do. At this point, it doesn't matter what I say anyways, so...
I agree, they're both very, very risky.
I mean, if we're gonna take 2 or 3 days to scout the area, like, couldn't we do like we recommended this morning and just have some people scout the caves and then other people scout over there? What's the point in just sitting there and scouting?
I'm not suggesting we just sit around, but I do think we need more information on where the actual item is.
I agree, but what am I supposed to do while Owen is trying to spend 10 minutes to figure out where the object is with a mirror?
That is what
Or
we're deciding
whatever.
now.
She just sits down.
Our mistakes are now measured in lives. Forgive me if I'm hesitant to take action.
Who left?
Mitchell.
Looks like he's having computer problems. Hopefully he gets that fixed up. But anyway.
So we essentially have, before we can go in, we have to, we need to find out where it's at, right? And that requires that Owen scouts either from above or in the caves. Correct?
Well, no, from nearby.
Yeah, yes.
It was,
I
to
must
use the
be-
caves for such, we would have to finish finding a path through it, which
Yes.
would take time in of itself.
Although we don't know how much time.
So then the options are either everyone scouts with Owen above ground, right? And the rest of us wait and do what we can until he finds it. Everybody goes into the caves. We risk losing some time if the caves prove fruitless. And then the third option, and then hope we get close enough that we can find a path in, or we can get close enough in a safe way that we can camp, so we have to keep traveling it. And the third option is we split up. And Owen continues to scout from above, perhaps with a guard, and everyone else goes to the caves to try to find a path that way. Correct? Am I right? Those are our three options?
More or less. Unless we
yeah.
can think of something else. Which I don't think that I don't think lying our way in or sneaking our way in would be very safe. I think it's far too risky to attempt it. Especially given what's going on, how they're just slaughtering civilians.
I think splitting up might be our best bet. We need to be smart when we go in, and we really need to know where it is, because we only have one salve, and if we fuck up, if we go in and it's not actually in that building, far more will die than us rushing in, correct? But the caves seem to be a good bet of how to get in and out. They're not necessarily the only way, but the other way, right, would require us to sneak in or disguise ourselves in, and that doesn't really require preparation. If the caves fall through, we can still do that. We might as well go through the caves while Owen scouts from above, right?
I have never done this before, but I could ask Karad. It might know.
Do you have a way to go to the grove?
I don't think I have. It is not a matter of being in its presence, it is a matter of will, I suppose.
Walker raises an eyebrow.
I've never done this before. I don't know if it will work, but I can try.
Well, if it's something you can try, and it's not going to take too long, then you should.
I agree.
Is it risky for you to do so?
I don't think so.
Then you should, yes.
At least then we would know for sure. For certain. Will take an hour, maybe less.
If we split into two groups, Owen can't be on the surface alone. We might ask that other group to assist those spelunking.
Well, there is also, if it could take resources to traverse the caves. I will be using magic to try and locate the object itself. That means I will have little left for a fight. So something to keep in mind.
Maybe we should first see if what Karad says, and decide from there.
Yeah, and always too long in the grand scheme of things.
Rom, are you able to use your magic anymore?
If I rest for a bit, I'll be right as rain.
See if you can do that in this time as well.
She nods.
While Owen does this thing, Walker's going to not get up, I guess, move out of the cave and back onto the surface.
You sure he's gonna stand near Owen, ready to, I don't know, dispel some magic if he becomes possessed or something?
I'm gonna go cool off, and Sophia just walks out.
Yeah, Owen is. He's not staying in the cave.
As you guys
and
walk the rest of the way
We all
out,
leave.
Then she's-
Milo
she's
looks
following.
slightly excited and just gets a little half smile. Get everything done that you need to be talking about.
Your name was Milo, right?
He gives a nod.
What's the most difficult thing you've ever done in your entire life?
Me and deal with them, and she walks away.
Did she say them or him?
Them, I heard them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure them. And
Sick, bad idea.
he just gives this half smile at that. Well, honestly, I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, considers for a moment. Probably dealing with the red band out here on my own.
Well, let me put what we're trying to do to you this way. They have something we need, something they can't have, and we need to take it from them without dying. That's where we're currently at.
Well, that is certainly a task, and I'm going to assume that this is a thing that you need in Borealis.
That's right.
And you're hoping the caves go through, that way you can get into Borealis without having to deal with the securities of Borealis.
That's one hope.
Still a tall tale, but certainly keeps less eyes on you if no one knows you're there.
That's right. We have no way to know what the rest of the cave is like, how long it takes to traverse through, how difficult it is, how dangerous it is. Too much we don't know.
He considers looks almost frustrated. I mean, I wish there was something I could do to help, but caves are not. It's one thing to listen to the trees, listen to the birds, and listen to what they have to say and learn. Nothing in here, nothing in there, none of it talks at all. The same way.
Why would that be?
Can't. Trees, the grass, it's all living things, so you can hear it. But when you go underground, when you go into caves, when you go into houses, it's not the same. Sure, a house is made of wood, but those trees aren't alive anymore, and rocks aren't living.
There's no, like, moss or glowing mushrooms, anything?
Sure, there is far enough in, but can't hear them the same way.
Glowing mushrooms?
You know, them weird ones.
There were
Gives a
plenty
bit of a nod. Say that
There was
because
at least 3 different creatures we saw walking into just the beginning of the cave.
either way, sometimes you can hear things and find out about them. Shakes his head. Not in there. Not really in there.
Walker's going to walk away from this conversation and into the woods, mentally telling Sin to come along. And not saying goodbye.
Sin does so, but pauses for a second, looking back slightly sad at Ishri and Lily, the dog, not coming with.
I think they're following Owen unless Owen stops them. Or rather, Ishri is, and she's told the dog to never leave her side, so.
Okay.
Owen's going to, like, once he gets out of the cave, he's going to, like, look around as if searching for something, and then he's going to turn to Simon, and he'll say, Simon, you have ritual incense from our Nashtwin.
Pauses and, yes, I do. No, I thought about leaving it back at the camp. I thought maybe I'd need it in case something dies again. A lot of different kinds and stuff. Do you need it for thing?
Yes.
By all means.
I'll need it for my magic.
Produces from his pack a combination of incenses and other simple spell materials. Quite a lot.
Owen will take... Nick doesn't really know how incense works, but, like, I'm imagining, like, you know, the, like, sticks of incense that you, like, set in a bowl or something and burn that way. He'll take, I don't know, some of that.
Okay. Enough that you would deem a logical amount.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, this is kind of a weird thing, but, like, I feel like Owen's got, like, in this instance, he knows how much he needs. Doesn't know how he knows, but he knows.
Yeah. You would also note that in that pack, there is a jar of troll blood. From a long time ago. It's still in there. It's congealed and really disgusting looking.
Gross.
Yeah. I'm just gonna leave that there to sit.
I mean, that's what Simon did.
Man, imagine how that thing smells.
It's a very good container.
You would also notice, like as he's rifling through his things, there is a small sack with something written on it in Lenorian.
I'm not snooping, but if I see...
Hey, give me a perception check.
I'd like to know.
Give me a perception check.
But again, I'm not snooping.
No, this is just to see if you know.
Oh, that's really funny.
What a polite
Yeah,
boy.
you got no idea.
Owen sees Owen sees that there's something written on it, and he intentionally quickly averts his eyes so as
he does not want anyone to think he's snooping. It's very important he's not a snooper.
Yep.
Anyway,
no snooping here.
So
once he's got the incense in hand, I guess he'll pick a direction, probably like away from where Sophia and Walker went into the woods. Like he'll, you know, go in a different direction than them. And his intent here, Ven, is to find a place that not necessarily looks like, but like reminds him of Walker's and Gwyn's descriptions of the grove. And feeling is more important than visuals, right? So like if he finds a spot that's like, you know, not a clearing, but it's like a rock, you know, kind of on a hill, and it's got like a ray of sunshine, and it like evokes a feeling of the grove,
I understand.
That'll work for him.
You spend a little while and you find this nice little up against the side of the mountain where there's this smattering of still very young trees, seemingly separated from everything around it because of the seeds growing in this bit of earth that has survived and seemingly thrived far away from much of the rest. A small cliff overhang right above it with a little bit of moss growing down below. It's very, very lonely in a warm way.
Solitary?
Yeah.
Perfect. He'll kind of like pace around it, and Isra, you can see him kind of like nod to himself as he like familiarizes himself with it, and then he'll sort of set his things down like outside of the circle that he paced. He'll take out his bowl of significance, place the incense in it, kind of off, like in the center, but sort of off to the side. Build up a small fire, but not light it yet. So like it's like a little teepee of kindling, and then he'll like do another circle, gathering like small twigs and grass and things like that. And then he begins to weave what at first appears to be a double of his symbol. But then you said when we were in Verona and we were figuring out what the symbols meant, like we had some level of understanding of like the language, for lack of a better word. So he will consult his notes, and however long it takes him, he will be weaving the symbol for truth, if he knows that. In like a little grass and twig effigy.
Doing your best to create a symbol of truth based on the intonations and learnings you've got of the strange, almost runic symbols. Spend a few moments on that and getting this all prepared, and you light the incense?
So like I said, he places the incense, like in the bowl, and when he's got it all done, he kind of holds out his right hand and mutters something, and the incense and the fire kind of spring to life at his word. He kneels down in front of them, holding his newly woven effigy over the fire, and he looks skyward, and he says, his voice kind of carrying that tone of command that and resonance that it usually carries with when he casts sending. He says in that kind of imperious voice, Karad, how long would it take to travel through this cave to reach the mines of Borealis? And as he says the last syllable in Borealis, he kind of with as much of an artistic flair as Owen is capable of, he sort of drops the effigy onto the fire and waits.
As you do, you stare at it for 10 seconds, 15, 20. It not seem to catch. Look around. There's no one around you. You turn back and everything's slightly different. Everything is off. The trees are different places. They're the same but different. Look around. Sounds of nature are the only thing. You look down away from the mountain once more, just trying to get your bearings for a second, and turn back. See, the effigy is gone. A small fire erupting. You can smell the incense. And when you look around, just scanning all around you, waiting for that answer, on the breeze. You see, standing between two of the trees at the edge of the tree line to your south, your sister. And she just gives you this quiet wave and walks behind one of the trees, as if waiting for you to follow her.
Owen kind of like staggers back as if struck by a physical blow. He stammers, "When? Is that you? I'm coming." And he scrambles to his feet and hurries to follow her.
Cut through the two trees right where you saw her, and you look and he's gone. Turn around, like just instinctively trying to get your bearings again, and behind you, no longer is there a mountain, but a small clearing. You see in the back of it now a small, risen up pool of water. And Wynn sitting over it, just leaning into it almost, holding that symbol that you made.
With much more caution this time, Owen will, or maybe not caution, hesitation, I guess. He will slowly approach and try and enter the clearing.
Entering into the grove, this clearing, he looks at you with this smile and holds the symbol that you made in both of her hands, dunks it in the water, pulls it back out, and begins rubbing a bit at it. She just turns once you're a few feet away, looks at you again. So dirty now. I heard you. I heard you, Owen.
I'm here. I'm here, Wen. It's me.
Heard you. And I heard what Karat said. I heard it. Listen.
Owen will close his eyes and steady his breathing, or he'll try to steady his breathing. I think he's very emotional currently, but do his best to listen.
Listen, hearing the occasional chattering of birds, the babbling of water into this natural pool, and a quiet breeze. And as you feel it, wind speaks. Days to the mountain would be precious. But it has the path. Rod's list. Must go. Safe and be well.
That Owen will open his eyes.
And in front of you now, once more, is the burning incense. You're back where you are.
Isra, you can see as Owen opens his eyes, he reaches out, at the same time as opening his eyes, he lifts his right hand as if reaching for someone, and he looks. He looks a bit heartbroken when he realizes there's no one there.
Are you okay, Owen? What happened?
I saw her, Ishri. I saw my sister. I saw the grove.
That's fantastic, right?
Aye.
But was she okay? Was she well? Was she in her full mind?
Did she then, like, when Owen saw her, did she seem, well? Like, I know he's talked to her before.
She seemed as put together as she ever has been.
Aye, Ishri, she seemed better than when I spoke to her before. She answered my question.
She knew about the mines?
Aye. Or at least Karad knew and spoke through her.
That's fantastic. I'm and Ishri like goes up to Owen and kind of like grabs his hands. I'm very glad your sister is safe, and that we got answers. How long is it? How long is it?
She said, I asked her how long it would take to travel through caves to the mines in Boralis. She said that days under the mountain would be precious and short, that it has the path to seek. No, I don't know exactly what that means, but it's something.
Yes, it's information, and that's what we needed. We should go put out this fire and tell the others. Yes.
Aye.
Do you need any more time, or are you okay?
Time is short. We should go. And he begins packing his things. He does like linger, I guess, a little bit. Like you can see as he kind of puts his things away, he's glancing around and again as if he's looking for something that's not there. And when it comes time to head back to the cave, he does like exit the space and then look back over his shoulder several times.
You'll see her again soon.
Aye.
She might just be a few days away.
Let us hope.
And we head back to everyone else.
During that time, was anyone else doing anything of note, or were you just doing a short rest?
Walker was going for a walk with Sin and was going to talk to Sin about proper tracking and how to find their way back and whatnot. Just generic shit. He's just
Trying to teach a dog.
a magic dog.
Okay. Fair.
Rom was going to take short rest.
He would have returned within, the hour.
Simon also would have been doing a short rest while this was going on. Evian too, I suppose. And you guys...
Sophia found a spot in the middle of the woods and sat down and started just reading, messing around with some writing and the magic spell that she's been working on. She's probably going to take a bit. Oh, am I quiet?
No, your mic is just kind of not wonderful.
Oh, not sure why. Is it so bad?
It's been on and off like the entire session.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not sure what to do about that right now, but yeah, okay.
How much
She'll
time...
take more than.
How much time at this point has Sophia put into working on this project?
She's been putting probably 1 or 2, at least an hour every night since they've left. And also once in a while extra time. It's probably close to 2 hours on average per day of them traveling so far. She is also taking closer to like an hour and a half at this point before returning to the rest of the group.
That's all I need to check. Work is coming along.
Does Sin seem to take to Walker's teachings at all?
Sin seems to understand what's being told.
That's good.
Yeah, or lack of a better description. Yeah, Sin is very much excited to do stuff more than learn.
Walker will also explain the specific things that Sin will be tasked with doing at times, like fetching and, fetching, chasing, things like that.
Yes.
Walker would do, example of what fetching means by, throwing a different stick and making sure Sin understands that she is to return the stick to Walker.
He seems to understand, just very much in a why are you such a killjoy sort of mood.
Ben, why'd you have to make my fucking dog hate me?
Just seems to want Walker to have more fun. Be more fun.
Walker will also express to Sin that they're on a fucking quest to save a lot of lives. There'll be time for fun later.
Eventually, you all make your way back towards the cave. Last of all being, after an hour or so of preparations, finding the perfect place, doing this ritual, making his way back. Owen, you and Ishri, the last back to the cave.
Walker would be exactly where he was, just leaning up against near the outside of the entrance.
Owen?
Yeah, Owen looks, when he rejoins the others, he looks, he doesn't immediately speak. He looks like he's in a bit of a daze.
Walker would look at him pointedly as soon as he spots him. And continue to look at him.
He doesn't appear to he doesn't appear to be like fully aware of his surroundings.
Owen.
Kind of blinks, shakes his head a little bit. Sorry, what?
Well?
Oh, worked.
And?
I spoke with my sister.
You did what? Are you okay?
I put together my ritual and I cast the spell and I was there, Walker. I was at the grove, and so was she. I asked, my question was, how long would it take to travel through the caves, the mines of Borealis? She told me that Karad had heard, and she told me to listen So I did. And through her, it told me days under the mountain be precious and short, but it has the path we seek.
Precious and short.
Aye.
What does precious mean here?
I'm not exactly sure. Time is precious and short to us currently.
Hmm. Well, I suppose that gives us the one answer of yes, there's a way through. We'd still have to traverse it.
I think if we know there's a way through, it's our best bet. It's much better than trying to sneak or force our way in. It's risky, but it's gonna be no matter what. And maybe we can get close enough that Owen can use his spell as we continue to search for a way all the way in to the city.
They will not be watching the mines. And as I told Sophia, I think if we use it as an escape route, I can make sure that no one follows us. Not
How
easily,
so?
anyway. It's hard to explain, Walker, but you know when you've been using your magic lately, it's not something that you think about, it's just something you feel.
Walker seems unsure of how to answer that question, so he kind of just shrugs a bit.
I have a feeling. That is all.
That you can stop them from following us?
I
You don't feel any more than that?
When I look at the cave, and he sort of indicates with his hand, I have a feeling that if I wished it, I could make it so that there was no cave, there was just smooth rock.
All right then.
I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but kind of just shrugs.
I suppose our two options at this point are all of us heading through the cave, dealing with whatever dangers lie before us, or we split up, have one group deal with those dangers while the rest try to ascertain where the item is.
How far are we from where Owen can do his magic from inside the cave? Assuming we find a relatively straight path.
We're about, half a day's walk from Borealis?
About.
Caves are rarely straight-ish, really. When you saw back in, even that cave in Shadowfell, it had twists and turns of its own.
I do actually know caves. Yes, I understand.
Based on how narrow that one passage was alone, we'd most likely to leave most of our goods behind.
Walker, did you have the idea to contact the friends of Evians? The piss people, and have them spelunk the cave a bit with us?
Don't refer them to them as that in front of them. But yes, that was one idea I had. If we did want to split up our group to cover more ground, so to speak, we could have them assist with the more dangerous task of spelunking.
I personally think we should all go together. I know it's going to take us time to map out the caves, but let's say we find a path, and it's a very long path, and we're still going to have to go back and get Owen from the top, and whoever's staying with him, and then go back through it. I think we should all stick together for as much as possible. And if we decide to go into the caves, then we commit to it. No one knows the way out.
I don't think that's necessarily true. With ROM to communicate with between the two groups, it should be much easier. If the cave secured, especially with the assistance of the group from Nashgalda. Is that the name for the island, guys?
No,
Which ones?
they're Ironshade.
Ironshade.
What is Nashgalda?
Nashgalda's different. Nashgalda's the kin of Nashdween. Arngalda's the kin of Arndween, surrounding areas. Nashgalda's Arkmorda Isle.
No. Ironshade's the Arkmord Isles.
What did I say?
You said Nashgalda twice.
Anyway.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Nick.
The
My names are a lot
from-
now on my notes open.
The warriors from Orange Shade, if they are able to help us secure the passageway, Rom could communicate that the way is safe, and those who are with Owen could make their way after.
Yes, but let's say the path takes, I don't know, 2 days to travel. Let's say best case scenario, we find the fastest route there. So we take 2 days and we find a route all the way to the city, which is fantastic. But we can't communicate through small phrases the entire pathway, right? So it's going to take us 2 days to get there, and then 2 days to get back to pick everyone up and take them through the path we just found, and that's 2 days back. That is more than 2 days.
Rom had the idea of drawing on the walls with charcoal.
Markings would assist in any repeat trips.
But Wynn's answer doesn't... I mean, suppose we come to a fork and there are 2 ways. And one of them leads to the other side of the mountain. There is no way to know.
I mean, remember, it's only a few hours travel or less from, like, on the outside from here to Borealis, so...
Yep, but so, like, the information that we got from Owen's ritual was that the path exists and that days under the mountain will be precious and short, whatever that means.
Yes.
So, like, it could be that, sure, the path exists, but it will take days that are precious and short. Or it could mean that if you spend time down below, that I don't fucking know. All the information we got for certain was that the path exists, not how long it is, or if there are other paths that will confuse us.
Sophia probably would arrive by this point. just climb back down, assuming you all are inside the cave.
I think we're right at the entrance.
Okay.
I guess in that case then, if we're being systematic about it, if we make maps, if we mark on the walls, it'll take us a while to find the path, right? I mean, you're right, the cave is not our only option, but I still believe it's our best one to get into the city. And then maybe we do split up. We recruit the people to help us to spelunk. We leave a good contingent of people behind to guard Owen. It's going to take you, Owen, right, several days to probably find the item, because you just need to get lucky, right? Just like we need to get lucky. Look, not necessarily me, but the people who are in the cave need to get lucky to find the path. You need to get lucky to find the item, right? And we just hope it doesn't take too many days.
If it doesn't,
Sorry.
if I can't find it today, then we'll have to wait several more. I get one casting of the spell back every day. That is what a night of sleep lets me recover.
Which is probably why we might as well do the splunking. You'll be able to cast it a few times, and then if the cave system doesn't arrive to anything, then at least we'll have tried something.
Owen's magic. Owen was able to find out that there is a way through the cave into the town, but we don't know how long it will take us to find the right path or anything like that. I feel like it'd be best if we have two groups, one finding the correct path, marking it, and making sure we know where it is, and the other with Owen finding where the item is. Once we have all the information, including where the rest of the item and the path we're taking, we can then figure out exactly how we're going to get the item and get out safely.
Yeah, I mean, that's vaguely what we concluded before any of this. She shrugs.
The difference now is that we know the path exists, rather than flailing in the darkness, hoping that it exists.
Okay.
So the two options in front of us are three options. We can all go through the cave together. We can split into two groups. One group with Owen trying to find the item, the other group in the cave trying to find the location. The last option is just to get the assistance of the Orange Shade Warriors in spelunking.
I mean, we can get their assistance. I don't think that would be the ideal situation for them to be finding the path, but...
I'm not saying for them to find the path, but to be extra help in case we run into trouble, or the spelunking team runs into trouble.
I mean, personally, based on the fact that it's a tight pathway, I'd rather not add a half a dozen people, but... She shrugs.
I think our best bet is to split up. If Owen only gets one casting per day, I would hate to waste the lives it's going to cost while we try to find a path that at least gets him close enough to the city to cast it.
I mean, we wouldn't really be wasting that time, because at that point, once we get close to the city, he'll be able to cast it more times.
Yes, but what if it takes us 2 days to find the path that gets us close enough to the city for him to cast it?
Then he can cast it 3 times. And we can have 30 minutes of it. Listen, maybe I'm not thinking of this right, but I feel like it's not a bad thing either way. I feel like there's more time wasted walking back and forth 3 times than there is, and there's also increased risk than there is just us sticking together through the caves and then doing it a couple times once we get there.
And I mean, if it takes more than 3 days, we can just try to track back out because it's taking a lot of time at that point anyways. Right?
I mean, at that point, we will have then wasted 3 days. But I see what you mean.
Well, I see this as everything you do in this situation will be at some kind of risk. I'd rather risk time than directly risking our lives walking into the city, and so this seems like the best option. I understand your concern, Owen. I understand that people are dying, but us spending our times here planning or us doing something else that's potentially more risky and faster both ensue other risks, and the risks are our lives, which would ensue more people dying. So I think this is the most reasonable risk to benefit.
We will not be able to use Onyx. We will be able to use him in the darkness, but we'll not be able to use him to spy on the town if we go below.
Why not? We can just send him out, and then Simon can make him dissipate and come back.
I mean, yes, but now Onyx has to fly half a day. If we are to go farther and farther under the caves, under the ground, he will have to go back and forth.
I mean, it won't be as efficient, but there's no way for Onyx anyways to really see where the item is because he can't go inside of houses, so it's not like it's going to impact us in a great deal.
At this point, Simon just kind of looks up. Is there something that Onyx can do to help with that? I thought he was just for general, learning about what's going on.
Yeah, which is why I don't think that'll impact us in a great way, because I'm sure we might not know as much about what's going on actively in the next few days, but what does that mean? We don't know that people are being executed or not for a couple days? We don't know if they decide to wander about and form a small army in the one spot? Those are all things we're going to have to face no matter what, so it's not going to impact us a great deal until we've arrived.
Ron, what do you think? Do you think the cave is a good idea? And do you think we should split up or stay together?
I mean, unless it's some kind of trick, I don't see why Owen's visions? I don't think that's quite the right word, but I don't see why what Owen saw would be a lie. It's cryptic, sure, but
I don't think anyone's questioning that at this point. I think it's worthwhile to scout the caves. We just don't know how long it's going to take.
I think the question is just whether we split up or not.
That's my thoughts.
Well, I for one vote we don't. Just for what it's worth.
I mean, being in a group is safer. Especially if there's something down there. And we know there's at least one thing down there.
And also because, at the end of the day, you guys walking back and forth close enough to Borealis for Owen to be able to cast a spell has a risk in itself. And what are we going to do?
It's not that risky, depending on the time of day it's done.
It's still more risky than the alternative of only going once.
I suppose if we were able to find the way through quickly, and if we were able to get within range, it would be far safer to be underground and cast a spell from there. We would not have to watch for patrols.
Yep, and hopefully by that point you can cast it a couple times so that we can get our time's worth out of it. So, we on?
will not expect us to come from behind, Walker. That is why they have chosen Borealis, because it sits on a hill and there is only one way into the town. Will not expect us to come from the mines. Or they will, and a Soul Strider will have set a magical trap there, and we will all die in the caves, but I don't think that's something that we can plan for.
Can Ishri see magic?
Yes, if you would like, I can. It would be a bit distracting, but I guess I could periodically search for it.
Maybe wait till we're near the end.
You sure nods. We should go tell Milo and then head off? Yes? So he's not expecting us to come back?
We need to decide what we're taking with us.
Can we leave our things with him? Yes? The things we're leaving
Can
with
we?
him?
If it is the caves that we are choosing, then we should retrieve what we left at the camp and ask him if we can leave it here at the mouth of the cave.
I will ask him though if he can. See, he said he could bring one large object. I'll try to ask him to bring the tank. Oh, is probably going to be useful at some point.
Very well.
Hmm.
Is he
You
coming
have
with
second
us?
thoughts, Walker?
I'll see you to retrieving the things from the camp. Evian, why don't you come with me and help out?
Gives a quiet nod.
Walker goes.
I'll stay here, explain the plan to Milo, and I guess stick around.
Sin will be staying behind. If Walker falls in a well, she'll let everyone know. God, it won't get old. I'll never get old.
Wait, so like, who's little Timmy then? Is it Owen little Timmy?
Walker. Walker's little Timmy.
Oh, he's little Timmy because he's the one who fell down the well.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Fucking Hannah.
Oh, so you guys head out to go get things. After a little while, like as you're heading out, Milo just gives a look to you from outside the cave. So are you all done with all of your information and all that?
Yes, we finally come to the conclusion, yet again, that we are in fact going through the mines. For some reason, we had to come to that conclusion a second time, but here we are. We decided to go through, so we'll be very grateful for your help.
Just
Thank you.
claps his hands, and well, it's always important to make sure that you measure twice and cut one. If there's nothing else, then it's at least worth making sure everyone's on the same page.
Also, I wanted to ask, do you think it'd be possible to bring this strange tank I have on my back?
I mean, like I said, I could probably, get you at least through the... Assuming we don't have, lots more small places like that. I mean, the smallest I think it could be is over there, and he kind of motions vaguely, like, down and to the left. Well, if that's all, then I'm sure I could get it. Anything else that you all want to fit through that little bit, I'm sure I'd be more than willing to. But
Perfect. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's any other large objects. We have one very large friend, but for the most part, I think it'll mostly be this. It has, okay. It has a friend of sorts inside, and I'd be grateful to be able to have him around.
he raises a eyebrow, but does not continue the line of questioning that he seemed to want to.
She, would you like to see him?
That's alright, I'm not big on fish.
Sorry,
not
you cut out.
I'm not big on fish, so that's alright.
Technically not a fish.
That's what they always say. Still awful, I never really learned how to swim, so...
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. He's friendly, though. He's just water.
I've heard people say that about sharks as well, but in the end, they're still only as friendly as they are until they're not.
That's fair enough. In this case, though, he doesn't exactly have... Well, I suppose as long as I'm friends with you, I've he will be just as friendly.
He gives a cursory nod and just... Like I said, though, I mean, I can help get you through a ways, but if there are more, tight passages...
I do have one spell that could help me out if ever there's at
I
least
think you're
one
on
or two
them.
more.
Probably for the best, then. Like I
Yeah.
said, I mean, try and travel light. You never know when it's going to get worse or better. But gives another half shrug. Can't say for sure.
Fair enough. Well, our other friends have gone to go get what was left of our, I suppose, our packs and such, and we're gonna leave them in the cave. Such as our bedrolls and all that. Assuming it's alright to do so.
Of course, I have a place. I keep most of my stuff. I can try and cram it all in there.
Sure, that would be lovely. And if it doesn't all fit, things like bedrolls are... they are lovely, but they are not essential.
Nonsense. A bed is what separates us from, a bear. Gives a little half smile at that and kind of readjusts his hat, which he's still awkwardly wearing while, like, halfway in the cave at the bottom of the steps.
She just kind of, like, raises an eyebrow at the hat and then continues on.
Keeps the sun off, don't ask.
Very well. I suppose I do not have as pale of a complexion, and it is not an issue, usually.
Kind of rolls his eyes a bit and... Oh, either way... Glad to have been able to give you an offer of a plan, at least, and help you out as much as I... If there's anything else I can do. In the meantime, waiting for your friends to get their things. At this point, kind of looking at everyone, please feel free to ask. If it's going to mean dealing with the Red Band, I mean, I feel like it's worth doing, and... you all leave a few more dead. I wouldn't complain. And he gives a little half smile at that.
I have a few questions, actually.
By all means.
We heard tales of travelers. Perhaps it was too far west for you to hear about them, but tales of animals not acting quite right. There was one story I heard of a bear who attacked a camp of refugees in night, which, as I'm sure you know, is quite uncharacteristic for their kind.
Gives a bit of a nod and just... I mean, hey, I've heard some things like that. Mostly, pretty common heading further towards, once you get across the river, for sure, more common. A lot of that in the, Barat's area. Why do you think they take so many guards with them, when the Red Band heads back to Varat and whatnot? Why do you ask? Strange to hear it going west.
This is my home, and I had not heard of such happenings before. Anxious to learn why.
Well, imagine it has something to do with that, whatever's going on in Varat.
You think the influence of whatever it is that's happening there reaches the animals as well?
He gives a slight nod. I don't know of another answer, but I know for a fact that they wouldn't be starving otherwise. I mean, you'd know better than I would, but I don't see an invasion significantly affecting, how often a bear can eat.
I suppose not.
Gives a half shrug at that. And, a little smile. Either way, if there's nothing else immediately, he sits down, and you see as he does so, he first takes off his cloak and removes the string of heads, laying them down at his feet. Not exactly, like, respectful of him, like, he just kind of drops them. Not, like, hard or anything, but, like, the same way you would your bedroll.
Scowling a little bit now, Owen is going to say, there was one more thing.
Kind of looks up at you. What is it?
I am not sure how much time we will have, but curious to see if I can learn to speak to creatures such as you can.
Kind of narrows his eyes a bit, and it's worth trying, right? There's a half smile at that, and guess we need to go find something then. Unless you want to, you know, ride on the snake.
Perhaps something smaller. Start.
That was my thinking. If I can't find something. And he just immediately turns into a small hawk and just flutters off and then quickly out of the cave. Leaving his cloak, no, he didn't take the book off. A cloak, and just, I guess, his stringer of heads on the ground behind him. And his hat. I guess he would have removed his hat at this point. Oh. After another half hour, another 15 minutes or so go by, and Walker, you and Evian arrive back with all of your things. And as you do so, we will go ahead and take a quick break. So, as everyone, Walker and Evian, you arrive back at the cave with the rest of the things. Guess we're just dead Mitchell tonight for more internet issues.
We'll be fine.
Yeah. But anyway, as you guys arrive back with the rest of the things from the camp, you would note that everyone is still roughly where they were, outside of Milo, who is gone once more.
Walker will walk down the stairs that he hopes are there.
They're probably not. Are they open all the time, though?
If you guys are right around it, like, are you guys on the stairs or, like, right next to them, or? If you headed further in, they would shut down. Yeah.
I'm, like, sitting... Sophia, anyways, is sitting down somewhere in the caves.
With the prospect of traveling underground for the next few days looming large, Owen is spending as much time outside as he possibly can. So he is not in the cave.
So, Owen, you'll be the first to see the re-arrival of Evian and Walker.
I guess we head on in and start putting stuff down.
You focus for a moment as the tree opens back up into stairs for you.
Walker still doesn't love that, but he doesn't complain as he heads down in. Owen could probably tell that Walker doesn't love it.
Doesn't love the idea of traveling through the caves, or what?
No, the tree stairs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I totally misheard.
So he's gonna do that.
Which, I mean,
So Walker's
reasonable
also just
take.
been. Also, Walker's been just kind of grumpy in general since this morning. More so than usual.
Is it because he had to deal with Garish Jakeman?
I mean, you could ask him.
Well, you guys are once again alone at the mouth of the cave with the giant basilisk serpent in it.
Yeah, still working on the thing.
She is doing her project. Everyone else is doing what they're doing.
While we were gone, did any of you find out to where we were going to be placing our things?
Is he asking this like in the cave to everybody or just to
Yeah.
Owen?
I mean, to Owen, but like,
Well, Owen's
you
not in
know,
the
it's a cave. What?
Owen's not in the cave.
I misunderstood. Ba, 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 ba. I guess he'll be asking that out loud as he places the things down immediately within the cave.
Milos did say there was a spot in the cave where he put some of the stuff. He said he could probably squeeze all of our excess stuff there.
A spot, as in he did not show us the spot.
He hasn't shown it to me yet. I just asked, just mentioned that we put the stuff somewhere.
And where is he?
Ben, do I know where he wandered off to?
The last thing you saw was he was talking to Owen, and then he turned into a hawk and flew off.
He would.
And then shortly after that, I suppose, is when Owen headed back up topside.
I think he was talking to Owen last. I headed back down here after.
Walker's just gonna head back up to where Owen is. What are we waiting for at this point?
I mean, at this point, I don't know. Sorry.
I'm sorry, are we...
Walker will be asking Owen that as soon as he gets up top.
Okay.
Well, Sophia would follow at this point if it was
That
a
works.
conversation.
I asked Milo if he could teach me how to speak to animals.
And?
Well, we agreed that my first try probably shouldn't be with a deadly basilisk snake. So he headed off to find something smaller.
You could just use Sin.
I mean,
Does that
I
work?
feel like Sin's probably going to be different because she's magical and...
I mean, maybe. I'm pretty sure Sin knows Lenorian, or understands it at least.
I mean, the whole point is not to have that happen. Is to speak to an animal who only knows whatever animal speak is.
Walker just kind of shrugs.
Otherwise, that kind of defies the point.
Well, you'd still know whether or not the language is understood if it worked on Sin and he wasn't speaking Lenorian.
I mean, if you know what the animal's saying back to you, you know that it works.
That too.
It doesn't really come across as Lenorian the times I've seen somebody try to speak with an animal.
I mean Sin. Sin understands Lenorian.
But our point here, Walker, is that
He's not trying to speak Lenorian. He's trying to speak animal.
I know that. I'm saying if he is speaking Garish to an animal with this magic, an animal is Sin, and Sin responds back, and no one understands it, then we would know it was working.
yes, but she is a magical creature, and it, as far as I can tell, is much more intelligent than your regular bloodhound.
Yeah, it seems like it would be better to practice with, I don't know, something small and not that dangerous, like a squirrel or a rabbit.
Walker doesn't get this and thinks it's all bullshit. He just kind of doesn't say anything else and just kind of moves off to the side a bit and starts doing some wood carving.
He has a magic dog and he thinks it's bullshit.
You're all nitpicking. You're nitpicking the shit out of this.
Magic dog that he can talk to in his head.
You're nitpicking the shit out of this. Ugh.
To be fair, I don't understand Walker in general, so
Oh, anyway. Is there anything else you guys are going to do before he comes back?
Wait.
No.
Great.
Sophia
Actually-
just finds another spot to sit and do her thing.
Owen's going to take out his notebook and much like he read from Gwyn's writings, Van, he's going to write down his perceptions of the grove in his notes.
That way his grandson can try to worship Karad.
Ishri will go up to Walker, seeing that he's in a pissier mood than normal. Yes?
He's a bit of a piss boy, that's right.
Yes, Ishri pees on him. Ishri,
Whoa! Whoa! You can't just say that!
Oh my gosh, and she has a dog too, and they can double team.
You
She took up. She saw
Hannah's
Owen do it.
magical realm.
Yeah, she saw Owen do it, and she's like, "Yeah, this is how you greet people now."
My.
Ishri goes up to Walker and just kind of like stands over him. Says, Walker, is something wrong?
A lot of things, Ishri. We're facing an impossible task against an enemy that vastly overpowers us, with far more mages on their side, trying to recover an item that can be used to kill every man, woman, child on our continent. So, yes, a few things are wrong.
I suppose that's true. Yes. I mean, we're gonna be underground for a while, and Owen obviously needs to go outside for a bit before we go under for a long time.
Talking about Hannah?
Oh, it needs to go outside. Gotta go.
He needs to photosynthesize a little bit.
We need to let Owen outside. I want him to piss in the blankets.
Oh.
What the fuck are you on about, Hannah?
Do you want to go? I don't know, hunting or something for a bit before we get stuck in a cave for a while Owen does his thing with animals?
I'll be fine. We have enough rations to last us quite some time underground.
Oh, okay. All right. And then Ishri immediately grabs Evian, and then I guess Simon and Ram if they're doing nothing, and makes them train with her.
Sure.
Or Simon.
Simon was in the process of attempting to, focus on what the plans are, writing out ideas for what else he could turn Onyx into, but that's not as important as training.
No, it's not.
He's being kidnapped.
Ishri also looked towards Walker and was like,
We'll hide.
Yes.
Oh.
She'll find a corner, so she's
get
not
behind
in
a
plain
big rock.
sight. So go.
I mean, it's
continue
better
working
than
on
having
her
to go
project.
outside, right? No, she needs to go outside, too.
No,
She
doesn't
can't
like
just
going
go in
back
the
cave.
corner.
Sophia just needs to go in a corner somewhere, whether it be inside or outside.
Ugh.
That's just... It's better to go
Horrid.
outside, Kim. Come on.
Oh, animal.
Anyway, so... with that, another 10-15 minutes pass, and then those of you... was Owen staying outside for all of this? Was everyone training inside? Who was outside of the cave at this?
Owen's outside.
Ishri's gonna stay inside.
I-
She likes the cave, so...
I think Walker's gonna bemoan to the open air at this point.
If they're all training inside, Sophia's hiding outside.
Okay.
So I guess Sophia and Owen can listen to Walker bitch to the open air.
If Walker is bitching, she's walking away so that she doesn't have to hear him.
Ugh. Just for Owen, then.
Don't worry, you can bitch to me anytime.
Oh
buddy.
boy. Walker goes on about how it used to be so much simpler back a few years ago. Most complex hunt I was ever on was just luring some bandits out of hiding. So much lower stakes back then.
How did you do it?
Son of a bitch, Nick. I didn't have it. I wasn't ready for that.
You got
Also-
got. You got
Also-
got.
For those interested, this is also the very part of my backstory that Vin decided to delete without having a copy of. So it's also not as much detail as I could have had. Hang on a second.
Didn't decide to. I hit a button on mistake.
Now he made the conscious decision to fuck me over. Very classic, you know. Sorry, give me a sec.
Gives me great pleasure to catch you off guard like that one.
Yeah, funny enough, it was Jakeman and Massey. Jakeman was waltzing around an area where they typically operate, commenting how they were cowards and fools, not willing to fight us in the open. And, well, one of them wasn't foolish enough to take the bait.
Only one?
Well, yeah, it was their leaders who were our main targets. One of them took the bait.
And what of the others?
Walker kind of scratches his head. I ended up finding where they were staying out in the woods. With all of us catching them off guard, it wasn't that hard. As far as the last one goes, she was a bit more, well, intelligent than the others. In the end, we had to find where she was hided out, but they were a lot more wary. It was not a, well, they didn't come peacefully.
Have you ever thought about trying to apply the principles of bounty hunting to a larger scale?
What do you mean?
Well, I suppose we think about the Red Band and Boralis like a gang of bandits. Could we use the same principles, just on a larger scale?
Well, to be honest, this feels more like the last one. It's a bandage that needs to be ripped off, and it's going to hurt.
I suppose.
I doubt we're going to be able to bait our target into coming out of hiding, especially not with simple mocking gestures. Well, we might be able to catch them unawares. Yeah, once you add magic into a situation, it becomes far more complicated.
They will, if we are successful, it will not be the end of the suffering that they have inflicted. Once we take the binding, they will become desperate. Sometimes, Walker, I fear that there is no right path. There is only the lesser of the evils.
I look at it this way. There's no right path, but there's a best path. A path of least resistance. All it takes is the vision to find it. That's why I hate situations like this. We know too little.
Knowledge is power.
This honestly isn't like those bandits. It's like Bart.
He was the man you were chasing through Dunrock.
That's right. Went into the Petrica on his own.
Suppose he could have lived, given what we know now.
Maybe. But that's the point. on my own at the time. Going after him seemed like a death trap, so it wasn't an option. This feels like that. Maybe there is some cloud blocking our vision, some less resistant path to go, but I don't see it. And I don't know what that cloud is.
Well, we have made our choice now.
That we have.
Remind me, perhaps when we stop to rest tonight. He kind of shrugs and looks up at the sky almost longingly. Remind me to ask Simon or Sophia, if we reach the end, remind me to ask them to have something prepared for all of the shit that we must wade through.
I'll see to it, though I have no idea what they would do about it. Seems time to clean up small things with the magic, but... I don't know if the same can be applied to larger situations or issues.
Well, best to start thinking about it before it comes upon us. I don't know about you, but I don't wish to be known as Owen Shitwalker McDurk.
There are worse things than being called that. But I see your point. Walker puts his focus back on the bit of wood he's carving.
As you guys talking at the point, you hear shuffling.
Walker will reach for his crossbow, classically.
And you see the your gracious host, sans hat and cloak, currently carrying what looks like a small rodent of some sort.
How is he? How is
in
he
his
carrying
hand?
it? Like he's not.
Like a baby?
Is he like grasping it by the tail? Or like,
no, he's holding it like around the body. You can see he's got like his left hand, which is doing most of the holding, looks very bit and cut up.
What?
It's the more you look at it, you're like, oh, it's actually a little on the bigger side.
Are you saying it's a rodent of unusual size?
A little.
Ugh.
It looks
Oh,
like
man.
at a glance, it looks like some type of muskrat.
Don't know what that is. Ew. I don't like how this looks.
It's a fat little cute water rat.
Yeah, it's like a little beaver, a mini beaver.
Yeah.
Oh no! This is what I got when I googled muskrat. Oh no!
Is one with shit on its mouth? Are you posting it?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh my.
A bacon muskrat, huh?
And the title of the image is "The Art and Science of Muskrat Cooking."
I did see that. That is kind of upsetting.
Anyway, yes, it looks like a small-ish, like a young-ish muskrat of some sort. Oh, turns out I was able to
if she
find it
noticed
after.
Milo arriving, she would come back closer.
He kind of awkwardly holds it up and is like, well, this is what I got, and ow! Just keeps biting me, and you see as, like, a new fresh stream of blood comes down the back of his left hand.
Are you okay?
Haven't you asked it not to?
I don't know, it seemed a little rude. I mean, the whole idea is to train you, right? Try and teach you how to do.
I suppose.
Also, I did, you know, charge it as a, you know, bird of prey.
Oh, okay.
I'm not in the expectation that it's going to be so... Ow! And you can see it has been apparently gnawing and scratching at his hand since he got it. Anyway, here you go, and he holds it out to you, Owen.
What am I supposed to do?
Well, first of all, hold it so that I'm not going to be the one bleeding anymore.
Maybe like tie it up.
Give me a minute, and I can get something to hold it.
No, I mean, I can. If pain is part of the experience,
It's not.
Give me a minute.
And she starts ritual casting.
You want me to just tie it up?
And can you tie it up with something it can't just, you know, bite out of?
Well, I have some chains. I don't think that's going to
I
be...
don't think it's gonna... I think the chains might be a little too big. But anyway,
After a minute, Sophia says, I can just ask my friend here to hold it. And then a force comes and picks it up from this guy. I've just conjured an unseen servant as a ritual spell.
He kind of looks to you two and looks back. I'm not sure what you need me for when that thing can just hold all your problems.
It can't hold much weight, sadly. Our problems are far too heavy for this thing.
ain't that the truth?
I mean, that's debatable. If whatever you know.
Well, if ever we have a problem that is only the weight of a muskrat, I'll know who to call.
Yourself?
Yes, my unseen servant here.
Anyway.
I call him.
Oh, and why don't you make sure Mr. Milo here isn't...
O'Halloran. Milo O'Halloran.
Mr. O'Halloran isn't... going to be diseased by the thing.
Oh, at this point he puts his hand to his other hand with his right hand on top, focuses for a second, and you see this pale green glow, and when he takes his hand away, he is no longer bleeding. Nothing to worry about.
Doesn't that only work on physical wounds? Doesn't that not do anything about diseases?
I'm fine. I've been dealt worse.
I mean, at the very least, it won't get infected now.
Okay, raises his palms, acquiescing.
Action usually takes a little while to set in.
I mean, rodents often carry other kinds of diseases, but
More often they
That was
carry
my main
fleas.
concern. Yeah,
Exactly.
fleas.
Yeah, which is why I'm not holding the rodent.
It's probably like, I'd assume, trying to get out from floating above the,
But it
the ground.
can't. Oh. Right, so, Mr. Owen, what you need to do is look it in the eyes and tell it. At this point, he
Tell it what?
pauses for a second, and you can see he's thinking, and he didn't really think this.
What, tell it to not be a dick?
Maybe you can explain to it that it's actually not flying right now, but in fact being held up by an invisible being that I've conjured.
That is probably far too much of a complicated concept for it to understand.
I mean,
also
you
feel
can
like you-
simplify it.
You've got to be skipping a few steps there.
I mean, is there? It is magic, isn't it?
Isn't it?
What I'm doing, yes, but it's hard to explain.
Try me.
You need to... You have to look at it and be on the same length as it. Be thinking the same way as it. Like, I think... And he kind of, like, kneels down at this point, so he's at eye level with it. You hear, like, his knee crack. I am a muskrat. I'm a muskrat. Oh, I'm the biggest, fattest muskrat in the world. That's kind of what I think. Because I want to be
Walker
better
looks
than
back-
it.
Walker looks back and forth between the fucking freaky dude and Owen. Trying
One
to
looks
gauge how Owen
entirely
is.
nonplussed.
Ugh. Maybe try throwing in your symbol as well.
Then you just keep focusing and you think about it and you listen to the sounds it's making. You can hear that, you know, the little clicking and the chittering and all that. And you think, what would happen if you were going to be just like me? And you were yelling, what would you be yelling about? And I think about that, and right now it's probably yelling, let me go, let me go.
Very well.
All the gods damned you, let me go.
And Owen sort of settles down in front of the muskrat and attempts to do as instructed.
Does Owen take his funny symbol in hand?
Yeah, I mean, it's always tied to his wrist.
I wonder if he's like grabbing it or anything, you know. Walker will comment during Owen's display. Becoming a muskrat would be quite a new beginning, don't you think?
I am a muskrat. I am a muskrat.
You're the biggest, fattest muskrat in the world.
I am a reasonably sized muskrat.
It is Milo's turn to look very nonplussed. Now just focus. Focus on what it's saying. Need to really focus. Think about it, and then once you really listen, need to do your magic.
No, you're the second person to tell me to listen today.
Kind of thinks back. I was talking about listening earlier in the cave. Are you sure I'm not both people?
Quite sure.
He looks confused for but the briefest of moments and kind of shakes his head, brushing it off.
I do the thing. Do I do it?
Give
Do
me.
I wait?
Does it do
I need
super
to
well?
describe. I can't just say I do the thing. That irks me.
Irk yourself.
So Owen's going to
Before you
like.
shirk yourself.
He's gonna look kind of like not very confident, but he will do as instructed, and he kind of repeats to himself a few times, "I am a muskrat." He is very specific in that he does not imagine himself to be the biggest, fattest muskrat in all the land, but rather an average-sized muskrat that is no better or worse than the other muskrats.
Owen is the most average muskrat I've ever met.
And then at the end, when he kind of like gathers the magic inside of him and lets it go, he forces his front teeth to jut out, so he like looks like a fucking. Gives himself an overbite. And,
Walker is walking.
and wills
walking.
himself to speak the language of muskrat. then
Walker
he
is
releases the
watching
magic.
from a range, judging as appropriate.
All right, give me a wisdom check, Owen.
Wisdom it is. Boom! Damn it. I forgot when I press ability check, it goes to the advantage roll disadvantage.
Try it again. Boom.
Boom!
Boosh.
That's not that big.
That's
Not that
it's
good.
not that
Less
big.
than average.
But you focus and
You focus.
how badly does Owen want to learn to be a muskrat?
Oh,
I don't know how to answer that question.
How badly does he want to learn
enough to look like an idiot in front of everyone.
to
God.
talk
In front of everyone in Karad.
like a muskrat?
Badly in the sense that he believes that learning to speak to this muskrat is but a stepping stone on the path to speaking to all animals in general.
Specifically horses, which is what he's always wanted.
I will neither confirm nor deny Owen's desire to finally converse with Luath in a language that they both understand.
Is he willing to expend the arcane energy necessary to learn this?
It depends if it's a level 3 spell or not.
Well, the only way to find that out is to say yes or no.
Yes. I think so.
In that case, a second wisdom check to see how much arcane energy it takes to learn this.
Goodbye.
God, if he rolls in that one and spends that fourth
it's gonna
level,
be huge. That's pretty huge.
Oh, yeah,
that's massive.
That's massive.
Owen
Okay, that's over 20. That is only costing you a first level spell slot.
Holy
and
shit.
there's a moment where the chittering begins to fade. And while you still hear it, you now hear what amounts to, what the fuck, let me go, what the fuck. And you're like translating it in your own head, but you like hear both at the same time. It's very strange.
Love that. Owen will kind of blink a few times, and then he'll say, in Muskrat, "Peace, friend."
You don't think Owen was going to turn into a muskrat? I did.
At this point,
I could only hope.
The small rodent looks at you, and its eyes kind of go wide for a second in confusion, and then it begins kind of kicking its legs a bit and kind of like freaking out a bit more on the bottom half. Give me a animal handling check.
What is this? What does everyone else hear?
Everyone else just hears like the chittering of a rodent.
No,
Who's freaking
from
out
Owen.
Yeah, what
From
from Owen?
Owen.
What do we hear from Owen?
From Owen, it is this.
Is it just him saying peace, friend?
Essentially, like, there's probably a sense of, like, a sense of, like, I would let Nick do the exact intonation, but there's definitely something upon his voice that is not normal, but you still do hear him speaking in the language he's speaking in.
Does it sound like does he sound like he's been pitch shifted up?
So there's when he speaks, like I described before with his ritual, it's less than Isri heard before. But there's that, like, it's Owen's voice, but there's kind of an undercurrent of the iron will that accompanies Owen's magic. He's, rather than just speaking, he is willing himself to speak in a language that the muskrat understands, and the air kind of like quivers a bit at his words. And my animal handling check is going to be big. That's pretty big, dude.
Oh, fuck.
It begins to calm down, and just the gist of what you are now getting is this, because again, like, it's strange. You understand what it's saying in a translatable way, but it's still a big dumb idiot rat.
Sure.
So, for the most part, it is just now, like, it kind of pauses and just, like, kind of like the way it's being held just looks a little confused. That, like, looks up at you, looks down at the ground, and just, now what? Through the chittering.
Owen's going to hold out his hand, like, close to the muskrat, and sort of, like, glance at Sophia as he does.
Is it working?
I saw a reaction there.
He gives a minor, like a slight nod, and then to the muskrat he says, "You have nothing to fear from us. Please, step onto my hand."
Begins wiggling, like shaking its legs a bit, and it finally falls into your hand. And
Sophia would get the servant to cooperate since she can understand what he's saying.
as it does, it like It's definitely confused and a little shaken. But it is in your hand.
Shit, I hadn't thought this far ahead. Owen's going to smile at it and say that
Show off his
same
big predator teeth.
in that in that same voice laced with power. He's going to say, "Are you hungry?"
Pause, and then the chittering continues. Food, 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 food. I like food. I like food. My brother likes food. My sister likes food. My other brother likes food. My other brother likes food. My dad likes food. My mom likes food. Food, food, food. And then just consistently, just the word food.
What do muskrats even eat?
Probably anything.
Weeds.
Range clouds. Like if I had an obligatory horse carrot, would it munch on a horse carrot?
Why would Owen have brought a horse carrot on a trip?
He didn't.
where we
He was
don't
asking
properly eat
if.
horses?
This is Owen.
I mean, I feel like he could, but you know.
Dude,
It's Owen,
muskrats
so-
live in families.
They do.
Sorry. I just thought that was really cute.
That is pretty.
Anyway,
Why do you think I mentioned it? Because I look up these animals. I had to take a break in D&D to research a muskrat to make sure it was canonically accurate. You would know that muskrats, generally being, you know, water-faring rats, are very fond of anything in the water. But, you know, mostly plants and things.
Do I have-
Ferns, lilies, things like that.
Can I? Do I have anything that I think that it would eat? Omnivorous diet, it says.
Yeah. Oh no, it'll eat pretty much anything.
we can give Pemmican.
Sure.
Does Owen ask for a thing of Pemmican?
Walker, could you fetch me some pemmican?
Walker will do so. from the bag he has with him currently, because he'd already prepared the things he's bringing with, and that includes all the pemmican. So Walker will hand Owen a small satchel filled with a few balls of pemmican.
Rather than taking the whole thing, Owen will reach in and take out one, and kind of hold it out. As he would to a horse, he holds it in the flat of his other palm and holds it out to the muskrat.
You see as this small... For a muskrat, probably on the smaller size. For a rodent on the much larger size. Kind of almost waddle its way to the edge of your arm and go to your other hand and just start devouring it. The gist of what you're getting is, oh yeah, food, that's good. Oh yeah, love that food. Yeah, food. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, I don't even care, it's good.
Asshole, then.
Owen's gonna smile and he's gonna look up at Walker and he's gonna say, he likes it.
Walker's unsure how to process information. You see him kind of like looking around at the others, and then kind of back to Owen, not really responding.
I mean, obviously, it's a compliment, Walker.
Owen, as you are still holding him, this small muskrat is currently essentially trying to eat all of the little bits out of your hand and kind of nibbling your hand as it goes.
That's fine.
Take 1d1 piercing damage. Oh, sorry.
You can also notice that now that it's no longer holding up the rat, there is something holding up, like some and seemingly patching up some parts of Sophia's clothing as she's just standing there looking at this happening.
Milo,
Well, she's
meanwhile, is just like, well, what's not something you see every day? Someone who can just do these sorts of things. Sometimes I guess you just need a little bit of a push.
It's quite impressive. I didn't think this is how it worked, but...
To be quite honest, neither did I. I was just giving it the old try.
I'm not sure I could have done it
You serious?
without your advice. wouldn't have known where to start.
I mean, that's all I do. I think I'm a big bad muskrat, and
Do you
I
think that
hard.
currently?
Well, he's not conversing with it right now, so obviously not.
I mean, I think I'm a bigger muskrat than Owen here, but that's not saying a lot.
You know what, Milo? You be glad. You can 100% be a bigger muskrat. I will take no offense.
He gives a half-hearted shrug at that, not really sure how to respond.
So, at what point can you use your magic to actually become a muskrat?
Talking is one thing, but shape-shifting, that's something else entirely.
Well, you've got a beginning at least. Now, that's pretty interesting. Well, now you can speak to... You can probably speak to Sin and Lily, although I have no idea how that works.
I'm not sure. Maybe I can meditate on it, but I wouldn't.
I mean, if they're around, you could try it out now.
I'm sorry. What is Sophia proposing?
That you
must
speak
have.
to Sin or Lily?
Oh, I
I didn't catch that at all.
I'm not all here tonight.
sorry.
I thought for some reason she was positing that Owen should go have a chat with our snake friend.
I also thought she was saying.
I
that.
heard her say
Sin or
fucking
Lily.
Sin or
No.
Lily.
Where's Sin?
Sin is currently curled up by the entrance.
Well, not anymore. Walker will, see come here, in his head. While looking over to Sin.
There's a slow moment where Sin gets up, stretches her back legs, stretches her front legs, and then starts slowly meandering over.
Alright, Sin, you're gonna help out Owen here.
Being careful to hold his muskrat friend out of Sin's reach. Owen's going to focus on her, and he's going to say out loud, I am a magical blood type. And he repeats
just-
that.
Hey,
He
Owen, why are
repeats that
you... How
several
long are you gonna
times.
hold on to that rat?
When he's finished eating, I will ask him if he knows the way home.
So Ben, did
Alright.
Owen just say in dog, I'm a big bad bloodhound?
No, he was saying that in Garage.
Okay.
He is willing himself into speaking with Sin, and then and then he focuses on Sin, and he says, "Fuck, what does he even say? How's this, Sin?
That's what he says.
Like, yeah,
And just kind of like this low. And you hear in your head at the same time, what are you talking about?
wait, like it worked, or like she's telepathing with me?"
What she has a moment of confusion where she's like, what? And then like you see her eyes go wide and she just looks to Walker, back to you, back to Walker.
Walker will look to her every time she looks to him.
And then finally after a second she just kind of you get this like series of just and the gist of it in your head, Walker, at the same time is she's like, weird language, why do I understand that? Why do I understand that? Why do I understand that? What?
Calm down, Sin. Calm down. Walker's gonna try to, pet her on the head.
And she just kind of looks to you now, Owen. And just gives a couple of low guttural whines. Like, which seem to translate roughly to, did you magic me?
Can Sin not talk to normal dogs?
What did you ask, Alex?
If Sin
If
can
she's
talk to normal dogs.
confused about speaking dog, can she not talk to normal
No, she's
dog?
confused because Oa was speaking Garish, which she can't understand. And now she
Owen's
can.
not speaking dog. He's speaking Garish so well that the kingdom of animals can understand him.
Oh.
The power of the Garish language.
It's all right, Sin. I didn't cast a spell on you.
She just kind of like cocks an ear to the side, and then after it flops, she kind of turns her head the other way. It flops back, her ear kind of falling on her snout. Then she shakes her head so it falls off again. Without really saying anything, you can already read the body language here, which is like, what the fuck happened then, essentially.
Well, you see, as per Milo's instruction, I imagined myself to be a bloodhound like you, and here we are. You can understand what I'm saying.
About 2/3 of the way through that, she seemed like it was either going over her head, much in the same way magic does to Walker when you talk about it, or was losing interest, and she just rolls over onto her belly, or onto her back.
Walker will proceed to
Also
pet her
lay
on
on his back!
Oh, we'll pet her on the belly.
Oh.
Like an asshole.
She just begins kicking her leg slightly. She looks to Owen expectantly.
Making sure she's content while Owen does his tests.
Owen's gonna smile and then look back to his muskrat friend, and he'll refocus, and he'll kind of say under his breath, "I am a muskrat. I am a muskrat." And then he'll refocus on the muskrat. And
Muskrat's gonna try and jump on your chest.
Shit.
All right, he has a -4 to athletics.
Sophia,
my.
meanwhile, is walking up to Milo and is just gonna whisper, like, does he really have to do that every time?
No, like I said, I didn't think it at all. That's just what I do. But I also don't say it out loud. Whatever it takes to cast a spell, right?
Fair enough.
And you see
Did
as
that
the
bitch
little...
just rolled 12 with a -4?
Yeah.
That's a 16, sure.
You
Dude,
see
I wish
as...
I could roll that well.
You see as this small muskrat, like, as you start to look at it, like, falls back on its haunches and jumps and, like, grabs onto the edge of your shirt and starts sliding down.
Oh, hold on there. That's not where you belong.
It seems like it's trying to scramble up towards the top of your shirt right now. But it is not getting a hold, it's just sliding down.
Can I grab him?
Yeah, you can just like put your
In
hands
a
under
gentle
its
way?
Yeah. Catch it. And it just kind of looks at you. You see it like sniff the air and then kind of like look at your backpack. Like look behind you and just chitter some more food. Food? More food? More food? More food? Food for me? Food for family? Food. Kind of like turns around all the way and gets back to you. Food?
I'll give you another one.
Another
take
one?
back to your family.
And more?
Do you know the way back?
Food.
Do you know the way back home?
Give me another animal handling check.
Damn it.
I believe.
Dude, that's pretty big, man.
Huge. Imagine if you
There's
can't roll better than a
this
muskrat.
momentary pause and then a little bit more chittering and then you see as this little guy sniffs the air. Yeah, way home. Way home. Need lots of food to get there. Lots of food. Food? Turns back towards Walker. Food. Back towards you, Owen. Food? Food? Do you have food?
Alright, I'm going to put you down now, and I'll lay out some food so you can take it back to your family. How is that?
Food.
Owen will take a knee and put his hand like on the ground so the muskrat can just walk out of it, and then he'll like take out like 2 balls of pemmican and like put them down in front of it.
The gist of what you hear as he begins devouring them is balls of meat, balls of meat, balls of meat, food, 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 very good, balls of meat, balls of meat. And you watch over the course of about 20 seconds as he devours both of them and then looks at you again. Food?
Well, now what? Those were for your family. Look what you've gone and done.
Looks down, bites a little bit out of the ground that he didn't before, looks back up at you. Food.
You get one more. That's all. That's my final offer.
Turns towards Walker. A little bit of chittering. Isn't he the one giving me food? Turns back to you. Food.
Well, because he can't understand you.
Kind of like, you see the ears go down for a second.
Alan, I think this test has already been successful. Why don't you just send the creature away already?
Well, I'm trying to, Walker, but all he's thinking about is food.
I can help with this.
Don't you dare. and he takes a protective step in front of the muskrat.
Walker's going to keep petting Sin and then say in his head, "Okay, Sin, go ahead and get up and bark at the rat thing."
Oh, and you can feel as right now, the muskrat is climbing up the back of your pant leg.
Shit.
Meanwhile, please give me an intimidation check from Sin.
I don't think it's gonna be good.
Is it?
Oh my gosh.
Sin kind of gets up and like,
Unintimidating dog
like
of a
you
blind,
see as
unintimidating
like
man.
she comes over and immediately just goes up to Owen and lays on her back and just while kicking her leg and looking at her belly. You see as the muskrat falls off of your leg now and climbs onto Sin.
Nice.
Oh, that didn't work.
Solid.
Let's look at Sin. Food. Sin's now looking at Walker thinking, you want food? I want food.
Why does Sin understand the creature?
He doesn't. He understands the concept of something being hungry. And he's been listening to you guys talk about wanting food.
Sin, you can have food as soon as the rat thing is gone.
You just hear this just gutter, which you both
not right
understand
now.
translates to, but I like it. You can now see as it's like trying to like dig a hole in Sin's chest, and like you can see her kicking from being tickled from it.
And it rips her heart out.
Idiot.
And eats it.
Go on now. You've had your food. Here's one for the
Food?
road. Back to your
Yes.
family with you.
Because we established that fucking Owen did take the bag.
You see it crawl off of Sin and make its way over to the last bit of pemmican you have left, and it immediately eats it.
Ellen, I don't think this whole thing will work very well with a rodent. If anything, it will come back with its entire family trying to get you to feed it. I'm
Well,
just saying.
No, you are probably right. At least it
Well,
worked.
Yeah.
well, if you'd
That's pretty
like,
impressive.
I can see about having it head off. I can also teach Sin a lesson as well. Be a bit
Don't hurt it, Walk.
I'm not gonna hurt it.
That goes for you too, and Owen like it looks sternly at Sin.
Sin gives you the dog equivalent of a thumbs up, and then with a little bit of whining is essentially saying, no way I'm gonna hurt it, I love this little fucker.
Love that. Owen will like redo the clasps on the bag and hand it back to Walker before the muskrat steals any more of our pemmican.
Who will put it away?
Meanwhile, in the background, Milo once again commenting to Sophia, I don't think I've ever seen someone waste so much food on a rat before. That's quite a change from what I'm used to.
Those balls are like a meal each.
You usually see people just putting any food out for rats.
Normally they're hunted.
Sounds about right.
I mean, not this one, it's probably way too small, but in general, I feel like they'd be hunted. They're pests.
I mean, if they showed up to eat people's foods, I'd assume then he'd be hunted no matter how small.
I mean, yeah, but these things, I mean, not to say I know a lot, but something like this must destroy a garden at breakneck speed.
Owen
I'd
looks
assume.
horrified if he overhears this.
I don't see why it wouldn't. Eat the whole damn thing, top to bottom.
Yeah, probably. Well, if, at the very least, if it doesn't by itself, we'll probably get the rest of its family to come along and do so.
He just gives a...
I know that's how ducks
vaguely
work
know it.
anyways. I used to think ducks were adorable until there was an army of them that showed up to come eat everything I gave them. Sophia just looks out into the distance.
I do like ducks. They're good to travel with.
Huh. Well,
Good cover.
Interesting.
Up
Never
until-
tried traveling with ducks myself.
You have to be a duck to travel with a duck. They're not really trusting of not duck. Sometimes geese.
Unless you have
think I
food
could-
to give them.
He gives a nod. Again, I don't think I could ever trust myself to be a goose. They're just such assholes.
Well, I didn't realize that the first 2 times I fed them. Until, they just kind of swarmed.
The important thing is your friend Owen here's gonna learn a very valuable lesson about not feeding rats now.
Hopefully.
Oh, that's okay. You seem to have 2 guard dogs there doing a great job of keeping them at bay.
She just looks over at Sin, who's probably Sin playing with the rat.
Anyway, so as the muskrat finishes the presumed dinner, it once again looks up to you, Owen, and gives a few more chirps of food. Food for me? Food for me?
You've had enough. Off with you.
And at this point, you see Sin from behind just start nudging him with her nose, like knocking him over. Yink. Just fucking rolling her. Nudges her
Is Sin
about...
getting rid of it?
Yeah. Just rolling her. Just, nose on one side, flip. Nose on the other side, flip. Just keeps doing that.
I mean, those balls of pemmican were probably like, 1/4 muskrat large.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ugh.
No,
You can't make them
it's got like the pregnant guinea pig body right now.
Ugh.
After Singh gets about 15 feet away, she turns back around, looking very prideful at what she's done. And the muskrat is in between her legs, walking back with her.
She's just brought it back.
No, it just came back. Right under her, right in between her legs.
Walker looks less than happy as he looks from Sin to the creature between her legs and back.
Sophia will go walk into the cave. And look at Ishri. And say, Ishri,
Yeah, yes.
do you think, can you ask Lily if she'd like to chase something?
I suppose, Lily the dog, would you like to go chase something?
She looks up, her ears just go wide, her eyes get big.
There is a small critter right next to Sin right now, and I'm sure would love to go for a run towards its house.
Oh, look, what's some exercise? Of course, Lily the
Yes!
dog. Please go give that small creature some exercise.
She does that big dog thing where they kind of fall up the stairs when they're excited. And you see her, like, smash her face, like, 2 or 3 times into the roots as she runs up them. Just... And those of you up topside just see this barreling mass of, like, dead grass flying up and dirt as Lily is going at breakneck speed towards Sin.
And then Sophia calmly walks up behind.
Sin dives out of the way, and you see as this muskrat, just eyes wide, just disappears with surprising dexterity and speed as well. And into the tall grass of the brush to the south, they both disappear, and you just see this line of just grass and dirt through the grass just flying up from Lily.
And then she'll walk up to Owen and just say, "Don't worry, she's just giving him exercise."
Well, God knows he probably needs it after devouring that much pemmican.
Is Lily still present?
I mean, in the sense that you could see her running around at full tilt in the tall grass where all you can really see is her tail.
Probably looking for the thing.
Does she come upstairs too?
Yeah, she's staying in like the shade if she can, but
Walker's gonna walk over to her and hand her a small piece of jerky. Here, give this to Lily when she comes back for a treat. Job well done.
Oh, okay.
It's good to give rewards to your animals when they do their job well, and she did a very good job at giving that small creature some exercise.
I suppose that's good. Did everything go well up here?
Apparently, Owen can talk to animals now, so I'd say so.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
That means he can speak to all animals the same way you can speak to Lily.
Well, I mean, if I understand it correctly, like when you speak to Lily and Walker speaks to Sin, it's like with your thoughts. There's no
It's the closest comparison I can give to Ishri as to how you can speak to animals. But with more than just the one F.
Well, I mean, that's one way, right? But Sin also understands Lenorian, so if you speak to Sin in Lenorian, Sin will understand. I mean, Sin can't talk back, but, you know.
Ishri, in your head, you just hear this excited, I got it!
What?
No. Oh, no.
Ishri, Inner says, well, bring it back and then release it again. You guys can go back and forth for a while. Like that.
Right.
No.
A moment later, you guys see, again, full speed. Like, Sin has never run this fast, I don't think. But Lily is at breakneck, full fucking speed, running back to you guys, and she just has this muskrat just comfortably in her mouth, and she just puts it down. It's still alive and fine.
Oh, and breathes an audible sigh of relief.
It immediately darts out. She waits about 5 seconds. Boom! She's gone again.
This is not exactly what I expected, but
You weren't supposed to bring it back. You're supposed to chase it away.
Huh.
Oh, you wanted it to be chased away? Oh,
That's right.
I thought Sophia said you wanted to have.
Well, I did say
exercise?
to have it run away, and you said exercise, but yes.
And then you said yes. It's okay. It's okay. It's probably a prank. Ishri thinks in her head towards Lily. Lily the dog, please chase it away. Don't bring it back.
I said to chase it away, and she said, like, exercise. I said, sure, because I guess it's exercise to chase it away. I didn't think she had in mind do it back and forth. But this works anyways.
Ishri does say it out loud when she speaks to Lily in her head as well.
What you get back from Lily is, do I have to? I like it. It's fun.
Ishri says, well, you could do what Sin said next. Sin probably needs exercise as well, so you could chase him around.
I can't carry Sin in my mouth. Oh.
You can try.
Immediately, you just see her, like, you could see off in the distance, like, the grass just stops flying up. And then again, breakneck speed, darting forward, this time towards you guys. There's a moment, a pause. I need a strength check from Lily with advantage.
Sin just got pounced
And
on.
a strength save from Sin.
Save?
Yeah.
It's pretty big, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
Sin,
pretty small.
laying there all comfortable, has Lily at breakneck speed tackle her. They both kind of roll, and it ends with Lily just kind of like her mouth over Sin's snout, trying to lift her up.
Hey, Hannah, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Hannah, real quick. Sin has 2 HP. I'm gonna be really mad if you kill my dog. Just letting you know that right now.
Oh god.
And Sin just like blinks a couple times, staring at Walker, and in your head you're just getting, what the fuck is going on? I just want to sleep.
Walker's gonna kind of look annoyed and look to Ishri. Ishri, call off your dog.
Oh, okay. Lily, stop, please.
There's a pause, and she begins walking away. She gets about 10 feet away, and then Sin springs up and goes to tackle her! And this continues.
Walker then looks fucking even more annoyed.
Are they not playing? Is this not what they did earlier?
This is them playing, but Walker doesn't like fun.
No, Sin didn't. Walker does not explain further.
Ishri looks at him. Yes, Walker. What do you mean?
Sin sounded like she didn't want that happening, and now she's doing it herself.
In your head, you hear, gotcha, huh? I got you good.
Walker's gonna go fucking carve some wood by himself.
And that is how this seems to end, with these two now running across the entire cave entrance, fighting each other. Barreling over anything and everything, crashing into trees, being big dumb idiots.
Nice.
The
About-
dogs were a mistake.
A few minutes into your carving, you do have to deal with about 30 seconds of Sin diving below your legs and just kind of growling and nipping at Lily before she runs and Sin starts chasing her again.
Bitch. Walker's curses in his breath.
At this point, Milo just kind of looks at you guys, not necessarily flabbergasted, but certainly keep interesting company for people who are doing something so apparently dangerous.
Listen. The horse was
Yes.
an accident. I couldn't leave her as a horse. A dog seemed like the next best thing, given the situation. Alright? It was a mistake.
As she's running by, she's kind of whining and she's like, yeah, dog's a lot better, dog's a lot better, dog's a lot better to you.
I suppose we have used up enough of our precious time already.
Needed a bit of comic relief before we went off on an adventure anyways. But probably we should go now.
Milo does at one point turn towards Ishri and just, you think that your dog's a mistake too?
Assuming someone translates back and forth, Ishri's no. I love Lily the dog. It's nice to have someone there for you.
He gives a nod. Well, he doesn't want to be taking her with him. I mean, I can always look after her. She seems to be a good sort.
Ishri leans. Well, I don't know who's translating for her. I'm
assuming Simon.
Oh, okay. So she's grabbed Simon, and she has Simon lead in with her to do the translating and the whispering. And she's like, I think Walker just like the dog. I think he's just a little bit upset right now. The dog's good for him. Probably. And then she nudges Simon, making sure he whispers all the same.
He gives you a thumbs up. Changes his mind. I don't want to see, don't get me wrong. I hate wild animals that are going to cause undue suffering and harm to people, but I like dogs. Don't really get many of those out there.
If he doesn't like her, he can just, send her away for a bit.
Sounds
then bring her
horrifying
back?
too.
I suppose, probably. That's okay. I think we'll thank you for offering. Can you not make your own dog?
I mean, there are things I can do, but not nearly this. And you see what you're doing? You create something that's just there. I can create something, but it's not going to be... It's not going to last for a while.
Ishri kind of like, you see her, Ishri like slowly blink, and she says, do you really want a companion? Because I suppose if
It's
you're
not
gonna
that
be all
bad.
alone.
Just giving you an offer. I'm not used to being around people, and I'm more used to being alone, and and he goes to like instinctively grab at the stringer of heads to motion towards it, and they're not there, and he doesn't freak out, but for a second he just like, he does that thing where you think that you don't have your car keys, and then you remember they're already in the car. He's just like, oh, I know I might have people to talk to. I mean, if I do get lonely.
Ishri puts her hand on his shoulder. Speaking in a language he doesn't understand and having Simon do the same. Ishri actually grabs Simon's hand and has him also put his hand on his other shoulder. For the
This translating's really weird. Do you not have a... I taught you to speak with animals. Can you not learn to speak with me?
And Ishri says, I found the trick to being all alone is to keep as busy as possible.
Gives
And religion.
a sage nod, and then you say "and religion," and he just goes. There's like that moment of like, yikes. Either way, I do appreciate the sentiment. Let's all head inside and figure out what's gonna be happening, so I can get all your stuff safe.
Of course, thank you.
And you all start to head back down to the cave.
Owen does, he waits until everyone else has gone, and then he kind of lingers just for a moment or two at the mouth, and he takes a last look around, up at the sky, out into the woods, takes a deep breath of the forest air, and then turns and heads down after the others.
Walk was also slow, but he'll head in before Owen.
As you turn to head down, Owen, you just hear, and you like turn, and you just see Lily at breakneck speed jump, and not even take the stairs, just jump and fly down into the cave. And then right behind is Sin, who tries to do the same, but mistimes it by about a third of a second, and instead tumbles down the stairs. And then she just keeps running, chasing after. They get to the mouth of the cave, to like where the cave starts to get dark and go further in, and then they both just stop. And then they quietly back up.
I keep getting worried you're gonna say, and then Sin poofs, and she's gone.
You severely underestimate how much stupid shit dogs do to hurt themselves without actually hurting themselves.
Listen, I don't have a dog, sir.
And after a moment, they begin to just like silently growl at each other, just these little guttural under their breath at each other.
Playful growl.
Ishri will take the jerky that was given. She'll break it in half and give half to each of them.
They both then continue to sit there with their tails wagging, hoping for more.
Ishri does not give them more. She just walks away, hoping they continue to play.
They begin following you. And about 20 seconds after you make it clear you're not getting any more and you're, sitting down or getting comfortable or whatever, Lily and Sin both just kind of pass out.
Well, where are we putting our stuff, Milo?
What do you see? I have and he kind of motions behind him, here where you guys set up the fire in the camp. Oh, right here, and he kind of motions. You turn into a worm and get in through there, and there's a pretty big. It's where I've been keeping my stuff. Pretty big opening on the other side.
Interesting. Sure.
Just hand me whatever you need and be off with it.
A worm?
Do you see how small that hole is? And he motions to it, and it's... You can roughly fit your pinky in it, maybe.
How does being a worm help you bring things with you?
Oh, when I turn into that, everything I got also becomes me. Very convenient way to transport.
You're going to absorb our belongings?
He gives a prideful nod.
Walker looks to the others to see if they have any issue with that.
I mean, if it works.
Mr. Walker, you have a magical dog that you can talk to in your head, and you think this is weird?
I think all of it's weird.
Well then, shouldn't have any problem with this.
I don't think it's so much strange as it is. You're the only one who can get to it.
He kind of gives a curious, if slightly questioning glance. But if you have another offer on how I could do this... be more than willing.
Owen, you said something about making a cave entrance seamless. Close up. Could you do the opposite?
Aye, but it is powerful magic. I could not do it more than once, I think.
Well, this would only come in handy if ever he's not there by the point we need our stuff back, so at that point we wouldn't be in as much of a rush, probably.
Trust me, there's nothing I want to be stealing from you or keeping from you.
No. You misunderstand. It is not mistrust at this point, but if we must make a hurried escape, we will have to leave those things behind. If you are not with us.
Always leave them behind and know that they're here for when you can come get them.
I mean, the idea is we're not leaving anything too valuable with them, just like bedrolls and such.
And the tea.
I mean, a tea doesn't take that much space or weight, I'm sure. You could bring at least some of it.
But we can't exactly have fires underground.
No, but you can still keep it if it makes you feel better.
I'd be leaving my
He kind of like looks away and like he mutters to himself. He mutters like, "Well, maybe it would make me feel better."
I mean, I'm probably gonna bring one of my books with me, so...
I'd be leaving my
shrugs.
heavy crossbow. Quite a
There's
bit of other
definitely
things as
some
well.
things that I'll take with me. Shit, I don't even know if I'm there. I'm assuming I'm there.
Yeah.
Everyone's
I'm
here.
assuming
We're all
everybody's here.
Smash Brothers. Smash Brothers.
How dare you? Owen will like take some things out of his pack and put them into his, like stuff them into his already overfull medical bag, and be content with that as like a carry-on for our subterranean journey.
Yeah, I'll take like one of the smaller pouches she has and put like a few sheets of paper, ink, like a few other like little things that she'd like to carry with her, and then the rest she leaves in the big backpack with like her bedroll and such. And she also keeps the weird tank separate.
Would have been a really convenient time to have a secret chest.
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't have had it even if I got the spell because it's so darn expensive.
Walker's going to keep a few key items: his power move shackles, healer's kit, tinderbox, some torches, crowbar, but more or less leave the rest of the things there. Definitely bringing the silvered bolts, whatnot. Leaving the big heavy crossbow. Don't exactly need a practice sword.
Ishri brings... Well, Ishri only has the single sack, so she dumps all of her stuff on the ground.
Right.
Then she picks up the food that she has, puts it in the sack, and calls it good, leaves everything else on the ground. There's like loose clothes, there's money, there's like a dice set she stole from one of you. She's got an autograph in there.
She
All
stole
of it's
a
on the
dice
ground.
set from one of us?
Yeah.
Whose autograph?
The drummers or whatever in the bar.
Uh,
The Ishri figurine that Walker carved?
Yep. It's on the floor of the cave. She just dumps it out. And she brings the sack with some rations, her armor, her sword, and that crossbow. And that's it.
Walker looks at the funny figurine on the ground and is hurt, but doesn't let it show on his face.
Did Walker expect her to bring the figurine with
Yeah,
her?
Walker's upset. She fucking dumped it on the fucking stone floor, possibly fucking chipping it.
Someone should bring some rope too.
Walker has rope always.
Sophia's also grabbing her rope. Then I pressed on equip for all the things in my inventory that I am bringing with me.
Okay, that works.
Oh, that's a convenient function.
Oh.
Dude, I have this bag of caltrops that fucking Uncle Rick gave me.
Yeah, I still have that too.
Well, I'm definitely taking those.
Oh, I should take
Rob
the
has
water
plenty of stuff, like, from Rick, I think.
Rum has a lot of stuff.
Taking all of that.
Yeah, I guess I'll do the little shield icon and everything that I'm bringing with.
Okay. Rob, you're bringing the Venturi back up, right?
Taking that. Take that.
Rum carefully looks
That.
through all her things.
Do we need the writ of absolute investigation?
Probably don't need that.
It would be valuable in Garland. It would be valuable if you need to wipe your ass.
You sure he's gonna bring the red band?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring the
Yeah.
genuine red band.
I didn't
We
buy
definitely
that,
need hammer and
so I don't
pittance.
think she's-
Evian's not gonna have anything too crazy on him, so Walker's gonna have him carry the hammer and pittance.
Torches.
Yeah, Walker's got.
I got candles. I can bring them.
Well, candles will be nice for when we stop, but I don't think, unless you've got one of those little like holder things, I don't think a candle's gonna help us see when we're on the move.
Wait, she has dancing lights.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
He's gonna candle help us get through the shit at the end.
Well, you see, it's one of those nice scented candles, so
Yeah. Sophia, you always put one in the bathroom whenever his dad or dad got finished.
Oh my gosh.
Right.
I still don't know what I'm gonna do about the sludge at the end.
Rum carefully looks through all her things for a minute, like kind of sighing and lingering over her extra clothes. And then,
yeah, dude, we're gonna be so stinky at the end of this.
And then seems to only bring like her armor and it looks like 2 potions. The official red band, which is red. Brings a bag of caltrops and some kind of small, kind of grayish, silvery gem. Probably most of the party has seen her screwing around with occasionally.
For any time anyone had done detect magic, it would have ping.
Sorry,
Oh, and
go.
the brooch, but I'm sure she's already wearing that.
To clarify, the things Walker's leaving behind is a lot of different papers, a statue of Owen singing, some old leather armor, a pouch of just random fucking tools, the tiger shark tooth, the wooden V mug, his bedroll. I mean, maybe the bedroll. Is everyone else bringing the bedroll?
No.
Yeah,
No.
probably not. No, because it's pretty
Okay.
big.
No
God, we're
bedroll.
gonna
You're
be
bringing
sleeping
2
on the
things of
fucking
silk rope,
gross.
pittance, crowbar,
At least the temperature will
rope,
be nice.
I think a set of
Couple.
shackles, tinderbox, the healer's kit. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong shit. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. He's leaving behind the bedroll, a little bit of rope, a whistle, his cheap walk, a set of manacles, a lot of random pieces of paper.
Sophia's bringing a lot of random pieces of paper.
He is leaving behind his wood carving tools and tinkerer's tools. His heavy crossbow, the heavy crossbow bolt, and the wooden practice sword.
Ishri is gonna look at Rom. She's gonna detect magic and see the gem and be like, Rom, what is that?
Oh, it's a present.
For someone else?
For me, from someone else.
From who? What does it do? It seems magical.
What?
She seems kind of like a little bashful, and she says, here, give it a listen." She sort of like holds it out for Shri to hold for a sec.
A listen?
Ishri holds it up to her ear.
Did you hear the ocean?
No, she hears the sound of a stringed
It's a bomb.
instrument that I am not sure if Vin meant
Yes,
Vin
you're fine.
meant to be a viol or
No.
a violin.
It is a string instrument. Seems
Oh.
be a violin. Being played with some level of great competence. I'm going to imagine Ishri has never heard anything like it before in her life.
This is fantastic. This is amazing. Who gave this to you?
My friend Beal, back at the Capitol. Ow, cat! Jesus, sorry.
Oh, your special man.
Why is my little cat right now?
Something like that, I suppose.
What?
She's like pretty much never looked bashful before, but she does now.
Did he
Ishri
propose?
hands the rock to the closest person next to him to have them listen as well.
Is it Walker?
I'm sure it's
Walker
Walker.
kind of like swiveled to turn on fucking Rom as soon as Ishri said she had some magic shit.
Walker, put this up to your ear. It's a magical noise. It's beautiful.
Walker will like look at the object. It's like a funny crystal thing.
Gem.
Walker will put up to his ear to listen to the thing and ask, "Did he propose?"
No. I don't know.
This is-
I don't know when I'll be coming back, so I mean, I wouldn't expect anything like that.
Walker will
My-
go to hand it back.
My friend Beal.
Her friend.
Your friend, yes.
Deal.
Friend.
Friend.
We're friends.
Sure you are.
I mean, you can be friends with people and also be more at the same time.
And also have sex, yes.
Ishri,
Owen blushes.
I like how direct you are, Ishri.
you're not wrong, I suppose.
Ishri just smiles. What is the noise, though?
It's a musical instrument. What is it called? It's like you do this. She like mimes playing it.
Oh, we call that a fiddle in Garland.
Yeah,
Can I
that.
listen?
The violin.
Oh,
Can I
yeah,
listen?
sure.
Can Sophia identify the instrument?
Give me a intelligence check.
I assume she's somewhat proficient in
Yeah.
general.
It seems like a smaller size violin. Generally, ones of this size are not like not necessarily like for travel, but for simplicity's sake. You get less, you know, they do have a shorter neck, so you get less on them, so...
Like the equivalent of a banjo compared to a guitar?
Yeah. But given how well it's being played, you would imagine pretty damn nice violin in any case, but definitely not hearing the incredible high notes that you get on some.
It's pretty skillful music. It's a type of violin, I suppose. It's not a violin, but something similar to.
Yeah, it's something like that. Starts with a V.
Sounds a bit nitpicky. It's all the same, really.
I mean, not really, but sure. I suppose you could say that all your crossbows are the same.
I'm sure I said something like that to him one time, but I was only fooling.
Well, I mean, I can show you the difference between mine if you'd like.
I can show you the difference between two violins if you give them to me.
That's what he said to me!
I don't play much myself, but I've watched many of concerts and spoken to many people who know far too much about the subject.
Well, I don't exactly have one on me at the moment, but as soon as you find one, be sure to let me know.
If ever we find civilization, I'll be sure to let you know. And a place invaded by a red band does not count as civilization. Sorry, Owen.
Anyway, Rom, there's no reason to be embarrassed about it. As long as you're not acting like Jakeman, then, you know, it's always fine to have a...
Jakeman?
Just an asshole friend of mine.
Oh, I see.
Remember that guy from, what was it, last night?
Mm-hmm.
She's like him.
Yeah, must be fun.
That's one way to put it.
I mean, I don't like those kind of people all the time, but they can be quite entertaining for at least a night or two.
Yeah, well, they're not entertaining when you know them for, you know, better part of 10 years of your life.
Fair enough.
Well, maybe after a few drinks, you know, but...
Nah, I mean, few drinks.
Oh yeah, he was the one who came up with Sin's name with.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Once everybody is... or at least everybody who wants to is done having a listen, Rom will tuck her magic violin rock into a very safe place.
Must be hard
I
to...
mean,
I'm trying to think of something safer than, like, a pocket.
a super pocket.
I mean, Rom has armor. Presumably any pocket under the armor will be safe.
That makes sense.
She just swallows it.
An inside Stop! An inside pocket.
She
It
cuts
must
a
be hard
hole
to...
on her fucking arm and puts it under her skin.
It must be hard to be away from someone like that. Ron?
I'd considered not going, but everybody here has done a lot for me, and
We've all got people we're waiting to return to, but those people aren't
That's
going
right.
to be safe if we don't succeed.
Yeah, no. Sometimes...
Someday.
Walker nods at Rom's words.
Sophia has a bit of a strange expression, almost longing for such a thing, but doesn't say much.
So, with that, you see as... meanwhile, Simon and Evian do also organize their inventories.
Totally.
Simon's is fairly milquetoast, and he's leaving behind books he doesn't need, things like that. Bringing all the spell components just in case. Evian, going through his backpack, leaves 5 tankards, 4 chair legs.
What if he wants those?
What if he needs some weapons?
He can find rocks on the ground.
I guess.
Some deer antlers. A knife that's still stained with his own blood. Some door hinges. A torn up dress piece that was making an old red band. Leaving his pan behind. Doesn't think he'll need that.
The magic pan that heats up?
I mean, yeah, do you guys
The
think
one
he'd
he's
need
never
that?
used.
Well, if he takes the pan, then we can have hot food under the earth.
But wouldn't that be one more piece of magic that could be detected?
Yes.
Fucking Rom has a magic violin rock.
Yeah,
I think we'll be
okay.
fine.
Rom
don't think
still
we're gonna be
has,
fine,
like...
actually.
Well, I don't have it written down, but I'm sure she still has one of the, like, lead thingies
I forgot about those.
that we got.
Ishri's sword is,
I know for a fact Evian does. He has a bunch of just random sized rocks leaving behind. A bottle of strong alcohol, a bottle of honey mead, shark teeth, some glass mason jars, a shovel, his Lenorian coin purse, his Writ of Absolute Investigation.
I forgot we all had one of those.
Evian
I'm
puts a
leaving
rock.
mine.
Investigation is very funny to me.
Evian puts a rock that looks much like all of his other rocks down on the ground, and he sheds a single tear, and then he says, "That one was my favorite."
Oh,
Good old Evian. We love having him around.
I could have made almost a full chair out of this. And it is all piled into one backpack. All of this stuff, and Milo just gives you this nod. Right, well, you're sure about this then? Is all that we're going to be needing to... Not a lot at all.
I'm bringing plenty of food, so we have nothing to worry about.
Gives a nod, focuses for a second, and you see as his body, along with everything on it, begins to shrink, and there's a small little earth crawler worm that begins going slowly into that hole.
A worm?
Is anyone else disturbed by the fact, by seeing their possessions being turned into part of a worm?
Yes.
I mean, it's odd. Yes.
Ishri shrugs. It's just things and stuff.
Things hold value, Ishri.
Yes.
I mean, I kept the very valuable stuff, such as my ring, my house ring and such.
I mean, sentimental value.
Yes, it has sentimental value to me. It comes from my great grandma.
Well, sadly, I won't be able to bring the heavy crossbow.
I also have this. She takes out the little music box that starts doing music. And waves to everybody.
Oh, the living music box. Oh.
Hmm.
I didn't want to leave it behind. And I'd be lonely inside that, wherever the cave leads to.
Walker does not comment.
While we're waiting, Sophia will just start winding up the music box so it does music.
As
Probably
the
slightly dances along.
as the music box plays, you then hear the more perceptive amongst you would hear like a groaning and like a from on the other side of this hole.
Are you okay in there?
You just hear back, I'm good, I'm good. I'm great. Just give me a minute. That's all.
Walker's gonna be petting Sin after his crossbow disappears from sight. Emotional support bloodhound.
Should I have not brought my large crossbow? Was this a mistake?
Bring whatever you feel like you'll be able to carry easily through small corridors.
I'm gonna be hard enough to get through small corridors. I think we'll figure it out.
The more you have, the harder it'll be if we're in a hurry. Keep that in mind.
She nods. My biggest fear is I get stuck somewhere because of my armor, so I'll just have to be careful.
We're all gonna have to be careful about that. Or at least getting stuck. I don't like thinking about it.
I mean, if anybody gets stuck, I can just do the reduce spell. Or
Oh,
Simon here could do it.
It'll be good to have a backup.
Simon gives a thumbs up that you intonate to mean he doesn't believe in using spells.
Nuts.
You think he is a cleric?
No,
Yeah.
that's me.
Hit cantrips this time.
I will
Ugh.
say, Idri does look almost giddy at the prospect of spending days and days and days without having to see the sun.
Christ.
Oh, and so... a couple of more moments go by. Another 10 or so. And then finally, see a small earthworm coming out of the hole.
Walker's gonna make sure that Sin doesn't go to try to play with the earthworm.
The dogs move back. Everyone has cleared out. Sin's been knocked out, actually, this whole time.
Okay, that works.
She did a lot of exercise.
And a moment later, it begins to grow. First 6 inches, 8, 10, 12, and then starts to shape into a vaguely humanoid shape. And a moment later, you see before you Hello, O'Halloran. Wouldn't believe the things that still got stashed back there.
Anything
Should I
good?
ask?
I mean, I found... What are these berries? I'm not actually sure what they're called. But these strange berries I've got that I used to make these delicious little sandwiches. I think I gave you all some.
They did not want anything to do with you at the time, so I ate them.
Well, I hope you enjoyed them. Wait, you ate all of them?
I mean, over the course of the last few days, and also Simon and Ishri had some. Well, I suppose I get one to Simon.
I would warn you, they kind of go bad after a day or so. Not to say that they're gonna hurt you, but no nutritional value left to them. It's like eating tasty dirt.
Oh well.
But anyway, I found some more, so if you all want something else to get you going, I can always give you some of those.
Think anything would help? Yes?
I mean, they were delicious, so I won't say no.
He produces from his pack this nice brass plate that looks like it is in desperate need of like a shining clean. It's very scratched up and beaten. It's not dented or anything. It just seems like it's seen a lot of use. And he focuses for a moment, laying this small sprig of some sort of berry on it. It looks red with little green leaves, and focuses, begins incanting something in a language you don't understand. Claps his hands together with this loud, echoing... Right. Dinner is served. And you see as the sprig disappears in this poof of green smoke, and in its place now, quite a few small finger sandwiches.
They are delicious. Is there enough for everybody?
There are 10 total.
Oh, so we will take one then.
There's like 6 and then 4 stacked on top of those in a rough circle.
That's interesting.
I mean, it's pretty much my favorite thing from back home, so it's nice to be able to, you know, enjoy the little things out here.
Where do you come from?
He kind of shrugs far away.
It's a shitty answer.
Tree.
I mean, she's not wrong.
He's not.
She's not wrong.
Small town out in Evandria. Little town Goswick. Way out there in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, if Sophia's not hacking on poison, she already said she's eaten others, and fucking Walker will grab one. Fuck it.
The little finger sandwiches, they're like maybe 2 bites.
Then Garishman must not be your first language.
No. Evandrian born and raised. Learned this, on the way, but, you know. Guy pauses for a moment. 3rd language, I think.
Oh, do you speak Alabastrian?
Little half nod. I mean, yeah. Speak the, you know, the Evandrian
Sophia.
dialect of it.
I mean, I grew up mostly in Brightfall, so I know Alabastrian quite well.
I studied it in school. I mean, when I was studying.
And here we are speaking Garish like a bunch of barbarians. And he gives this, like, very
Scowl.
toothy smile at Owen.
On scowls.
Walker's gonna comment, don't be a dick.
I mean, Alabastrian and Historian are probably the 2 languages I'm most comfortable with.
I would agree much the same. Storium was my second when I made my way to the Isles.
Floresian I'm quite comfortable with as well.
Always wanted to learn Floresian, but I always thought people would think I'm, you know, a stuck-up prick for speaking it.
Well, see, if I didn't speak it, my grandparents would be quite upset with me.
Matter of, without needing a reason, you just seem like a dick to talk in it.
I mean, you still do, even if you have a reason.
He considers for a moment and then just nods in agreement, very sagely, much like Ishri does. Oh,
Yes, I learned Garish and Lenorian for this specific mission.
he raises an eyebrow in a combination of surprise and impress.
I've told you, I'm here with the DHA.
Learn 2 languages for a job, though. That's impressive.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Gotta be committed to do these kind of things.
I mean, I suppose, but I'm here because I knew Garish. I didn't learn Garish to come here.
Fair enough. I mean,
We should be on our way.
Yes, I suppose we should be.
The day
Who
does
is
grow
going?
long.
Who is going to be leading?
I'm quite good in the dark, so I can lead.
Probably Milo.
Torches, Ishri.
What was that?
We'll be using torches, Ishri.
Oh,
Well, at the very least, we can use the dancing lights that I have, and then she flickers into life 4 little orbs of light. That way, there won't be as much smoke.
That works too.
I'll take back then. I'll take rear.
Maybe we mount Milo towards the front since he's been out in the tunnels before, and you can become some other smaller creature if need be.
I'll be up front as well. I have no problem if the lights go out, and well, I can at least know. I'll remember which way north is.
You can figure out which way north is consistently. Then you're gonna do a lot more than I've done. They half smile at that.
Outside of the lights, I will be of absolutely no use, so I can be wherever you guys prefer for me to be in the row.
Well, given your lack of armor, I'd say it in the middle.
He shrugs.
Same with Simon.
you see as Milo. Huh. Shall we get going then?
Let us.
Walker nods. Time to arrange the characters.
Can I please get a marching?
Is one going to be second?
Yeah.
Your tree said she'd be in the back.
Fuck. Oh, is that him?
Yeah,
That the
I gotta
man?
fix this.
What's wrong with that, Alex? Tell us.
Well, she can only see for 1 minute at a time, so she will guard this side of Sophia.
Okay, Sophia will do
That's
as
her
per
best
usual and just chat with Rom across the path.
Where do you guys want
travels.
Simon and Evian at the back?
Evian at the far back, Simon right behind Owen.
If we're traveling for a bit, Sophia will ask more questions to Rom about Billy and how her plans after all this is done and all that.
Beal.
Billy!
Bill, sorry.
Yeah, tell me about my horse and what your
Yes.
plans are. with the
Beal,
horse
like
after all
this.
Sorry.
Be
Bill,
on
okay.
EL.
Oh. I like the idea that Sophia got that confused and called him Billy.
Yeah.
Uh,
Either way, she'll be asking some more questions like that to Rom about her plans and what it was like being back there.
I do hate, William, that you just yelled my boss's name over and over and over again. It freaked me out.
what?
Beal is the name of my boss, and you just yelled it over and over and over again. Like he's gonna freak me in my home.
like
Tell me to go
Bill Nye
work.
the Science Guy? Bill.
Bill.
Oh, I see.
Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Oh
I
my
knew that.
god.
I was intentionally freaking you out.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
And in the front, the dads just talk about the weather in the cave.
I think Walker, if he ever looks back, he can see that Owen is pretty much single-mindedly focused on looking past Walker at Milo's back.
Is there something there I'm not catching?
Take it
Is
out,
that-
man.
Don't do that to me. What does that mean?
I don't know. I'll have to ask him later.
You're freaking me out. You ready to fucking shoot him? So
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
gun?
I'm gonna shoot him with my gun.
Oh god. Yeah, Walker will, I guess, be next to Milo. And then Sin, I'm assuming, is going to be right behind Walker.
You guys get to the initial intersection that you were at before, where it all kind of began with the giant the massive basilisk serpent. This time continuing your way left down the path that continues to get slightly smaller, slightly bigger. 100 or so feet, and then he gives you this. Right, well, this is the first of I think 3 or 4 of these, so be ready to push through. If you need me to take something you don't want broken, I can take it and head to the end where they're all done, but I only got... I'm really taking it out of me today, so I only got one more. I'm gonna get to the end. Just remember, when you come to a split, you take the left path. The right one goes to a dead end after... Pat pauses. 10 minutes or so. The left one's almost impossible to pass through, but he gives a nod. You get through it and pass there. That's the worst of it I've seen done.
Sophia, I think you have something for him to take through.
Yes. She'll take off her giant weird tank and hand it over.
He puts
That's
it
gotta
on.
be super heavy, right?
He puts it on and like he leans back a few feet and he just... Oh.
I assume it's not that. Yeah,
Water's heavy, dude.
Is she
Yeah,
gonna
but
be able
it's
to
magic water.
wild shape with an elemental
Yeah.
on this person?
Yeah.
Why, por qué no?
Yeah.
Right.
That's-
He kind of turns
out.
while holding like the straps of this, like a kid on his first day of school. He kind of, not excitedly, but like with pep, looks to you all. Anything else you need me to be taking?
Can Ishri fit through with her armor on?
Ditto, Owen.
It'll probably be a very tight fit. Like, it's possible that armor's gonna be getting scraped, and if
Could
you
not just
yeah,
take the armor off,
You
throw
could.
it through, follow behind. Yeah, okay.
I mean, it'll probably make it easier.
Yeah, okay.
Apparently,
Ishri starts taking her armor off.
Oh, last call. Anything else you want me to be taking with me?
Walker shakes his head.
All right, then. Turns into what seems to be some sort of cave bat. Quickly. Wow, that sound effect was perfectly timed. Flutters off down the path.
Walker will proceed shortly after. Being careful not to fuck himself up trying to get through.
Supposing this is going to be painful for Avian, but
That's our he's all flesh.
All right. Okay. So at this point, you guys begin to press forward, and I would like, in your marching order, athletics checks, or if, yeah, athletics checks to try and shove through this first one.
Really? Maybe acrobatic or something.
No, this is pure
gonna do?
shoving
Do a
through.
Flexibility? I'm thinking flexibility. Kind of do a dex-based athletics check. This is more of like a flexibility, carefulness thing. Like Walker's not trying to like push his way through,
You don't have much of a choice. I will say, yes, you can give me I said in order, and then William started arguing, so other people started rolling.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay. I will allow acrobatics if you are on the smaller side and not carrying a lot of shit. So in Walker, I would say Walker,
Did I roll too soon?
no, what, you're fine.
Okay.
You, in like trying, and you get through and you lift yourself up a bit, and at one point your foot gets stuck and you slip, and wow, the rest of the dark vision crew is in the very back. Oh, and you can vaguely see, you guys have Sophia's light right now, right?
yeah,
Okay.
there's four
Yeah,
of them, so
you
it's
can
all
see
along the
through
path.
through that silvery blue light as Walker just falls to the ground, catching himself at the last second, his foot finally pulling free, and he is able to get through.
Trying to decide.
Walker would curse to himself before proceeding.
Sin is small enough to fit through. The dogs are small enough to fit through.
Wonderful.
They're a bit of, not necessarily bumbling idiots. They are a bit bumbling, but they are able to fit through much easier than you guys were.
Is it
Like
worth
me right
the
there.
spell?
I almost dropped my water on the floor. Luckily, it has been empty for a long time. I really need to refill it, which I'm going to do while the others roll their things.
Owen, athletics or Owen, did you take your armor off?
Yeah, so I was gonna say he would like, he's got his sword, and he's got his armor, and through like, the tightest parts, he would be handing things through to Walker, rather than trying to like carry them himself.
Okay.
Through a tight space.
Give me a sleight of hand
before you
check.
say-
Oh.
Oh, sure, okay.
To slide it
say-
through without because you're essentially gonna have to get as far as you can and then try and toss it another foot or two to get it to walk.
Oh, well, I don't want to. No, I'm not throwing my things.
Okay.
If it's too far, then I guess I'll just have to tough it out.
Okay.
But I was trying to decide whether this is worth a spell slot to try and help out. Because let me tell you, This is not Owen's area of expertise here.
I would say Owen is probably too built to get through this on acrobatics.
Well, I wasn't gonna try
Just
that.
saying.
Is it worth the spell slot?
Don't know how far this is gonna go.
Well, Milo said there were like 3 of these types.
He said
spots,
3 or
right?
4, yeah, and that seemed to be the worst of it that he's seen.
Yeah, I don't think Owens really is a fan of getting stuck in small places underground. So, like as he's taking his armor off, or like as Walker's getting through, he will just kind of close his eyes and he'll say, not looking skyward because he doesn't want to be confronted with a stone ceiling, a cave ceiling rather than the open sky. He'll just close his eyes and imagine instead, and he'll say, God, give me strength. And he'll cast Enhance Ability.
God, we're not fucking around. Oh, it's for an hour. Yeah, you're banking on that getting you through all of it.
Yes.
Right.
And Simon and I guess Sophia to a lesser extent, you can see like, Owen's just in his regular traveling clothes, but you can see like as he kind of bows his head, he almost like in an instant, he just kind of like his muscles just like swell and he just kind of gets jacked. He's just jacked now. It's fine.
So it's even more Owen's getting Evie and jacked. He can't fit through here with the fucking acrobatics no more. He's gotta be fucking drunk. Alright, athletics check please.
Easy. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude?
You shove through.
That's pretty
and
good.
And like you're not used to being this buff, and your arm gets stuck. And you try and lift it up, and you can't. You pull your leg through, and and like you've got like all of your stuff on your right arm, and if you lay it down, it's gonna make a fuck ton of noise. So you just keep pulling, and you tear at your arm and take 1 bludgeoning damage. Not bad.
Wow. Wait a damn minute. Hold on a second. This is concentration, isn't it?
It is.
No.
Oh my god!
No.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Please. Yes.
Okay. As you get through to the other side. Next up would be Simon. He will be attempting to... Oh no, he's got too much shit to acrobatics then. Yeah. You guys can make the call. Do you want him to try and... I guess Owen, you're next, and you and Walker, like, it's thin enough that you really can't shimmy past each other, so you're kind of stuck in the marching order right now. Do you want him to toss his stuff at you?
Is it delicate?
It includes, his super magic book, his spell book, all of his spell components.
But, like, are they in a container?
They're in his backpack, yeah, but, dropping it could mean it all being disorganized for a while and needing to fix it, like if it falls on the ground.
Well, that'll give him something to do tonight.
I mean more in the sense that if, like, the backpack falls and it dumps on the ground here.
Oh. Shit. I don't know if I can make that call.
Well, Simon can't, so I guess it's up to Sophia and Owen right now.
We'll hand a rope to Simon and then tie up the backpack so that it's like has a big thing across it. So even if it falls down, like stuff wouldn't really fall out. It just would like crash onto the ground.
I mean, doesn't it? It's a traveling bag. Doesn't it have clasps or something?
Yeah.
Well, she can reinforce it with an extra rope.
Okay.
At least it'll be disorganized, but at least it'll, if it crashes down, it won't fall on the ground.
And he is going to try and push through.
I'm so upset. I'm just livid.
He kind of like at one point kind of gets stuck and like he's like, oh, here, and like tosses the rope to you and like quickly just like tosses the bag, like, don't drop it. and like make sure that you've got the bag, and he and like stumbles and like falls at your feet. He as like his head hits your boot, but he is okay. He made it. I do have an advantage in fucking 8.
I'm honestly so upset. I've wasted all my good rolls on a fucking muskrat.
All right, Sophia.
Did she roll acrobatics?
You don't have a lot of shit on you, right?
The stuff she has is like paper and an ink
Yeah, she's
bottle.
small enough, and she doesn't have a lot of stuff on her, so yeah.
It's like small stuff she
Yeah,
has.
yeah, you're fine. Sophia kind of gets you kind of get like a couple feet head start, and you like jump about halfway, catching yourself on your right leg, and grab a handhold and lift yourself up, and just jump and land almost acrobatically, like almost like genuine like acrobat. No trouble at all.
Oh, that was not too bad.
Nick's about
She
to
almost looks
pop a blood
surprised.
vessel.
Ven, we're not like waiting. Like we have to make room, right? So we are.
Yeah, you each have to move at least a few feet down each time. So.
Sophia makes sure that there's like 1 or 2 lights behind her and 1 or 2 at least ahead.
Yeah. So the light, she's in the middle, lights are in the middle.
Yeah, like there's one light close to her and the others are spread around.
You can already see about 15, 20 feet down past Walker at this point. The next one where it gets real tight.
Well, let's continue up ahead. Meanwhile, the others catch up.
Rom! Athletics or acrobatics, please.
Sophia will hold out a hand to help out if need be.
Rom, being the strong, independent woman she is able to easily press herself through, grabbing onto that handhold that you did, but instead of lifting herself up, she just kind of like drags herself through, being careful to, you kind of like, your hand kind of slips a bit, and you like look, and you're like, oh god, am I bleeding? And you're like, no, and then you're like, oh. Like, you put 2 and 2 together when you see Owen, and he's like kind of cut on his arm.
I took 1 damage.
Yeah, well, you cut yourself on a rock.
1 damage is a scrape at worst.
That depends. I mean, 1 damage is a scrape, but like when you have 6 HP, it's not. Evian's a big, strong man. He's very large, but I'm sure he can get. Right, Evan?
Oh no! Oh no! He still got better than Owen with the natural
Evian
one.
just kind of like cracks his knuckles. He's like, "This is going to be," and just like immediately, and like gets stuck, and he tried to like jump and power through, and his shoulders were just broad enough to get stuck. He begins to like, and tries to catch himself, and you just start to hear the scraping of his hands on the sides of the wall. And he just, ow, ow, ow. And like, you then hear this. And Sophia, you and Rom would notice that that handhold you were using, he has just smashed his head into. Oh, it takes 5 damage, though. Not bad. As he comes out, and you can just see like this line of blood coming off of his forehead, like right at about the hairline. Could have been worse. And Ishri.
Ishri's gonna kind of like, if she can, try to like hold her stuff if that's easier, like slide it through ahead of her. She's got, like, her armor and her sword and her crossbow.
Yeah, same with Owen, where you have a bunch of shit you need to slide ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could even, like, you know, take a blanket or a shirt or something and, like, wrap it around a sword, which is wrapped in armor, and then wrap that around a shirt. Or, like, wrap the shirt around that and then drag it through with a rope or something.
Well... Thankfully, you do not need to yet. Right ahead of you, Ishri, Lily is able to quickly get through with her much more manageable dog body. And behind her, you kind of push and lift yourself, and you are careful not to step on the far ground, kind of balancing yourself over, and you kind of turn to the side. Toss your stuff. Evian grabs it right with about 3 inches to spare, and you push yourself the rest of the way. making it through successfully. Evian still has a line of blood going down his face. Oh, you guys have made it through first point. You press on yep, a little while later, and about 15, 20 feet ahead, probably only like 5 or 10 now after you guys continue to move down the line.
Yeah, like we don't wait for everyone.
Yeah,
like, we need to freaking be moving so we have space.
So, Walker, you are pretty much pressed up against it now. This one looks a lot worse. This one looks like hell. This one's gonna be real rough. In particular, the last one kind of like came together almost at like a point-ish in the middle and then opened up, so you were able to kind of like, you guys were kind of lifting yourselves over the bottom and kind of, you know, doing that thing where you kind of like push yourselves against the walls to kind of like shimmy across. This one is like, you have to be horizontal and almost crawl while pushing yourself against the walls. And even then, it's gotta be a pretty tight fit.
Ugh. Why?
This is easily one of the most claustrophobic things you could ever imagine.
What does Walker gotta do here?
I will take...
Look at this shit.
I need at least an athletics. Beyond that, what can you sell me on?
I mean, dex-based athletics, like Walker's not... It can't force his way through.
There is a matter of you need to be able to keep yourself propped up or you will get stuck. So like the strength-based athletics is a requirement. If there's something beyond that you have,
how about something that's movement, like, you know, Zephyr Strike, you know, get him some.
Try and like dart through there faster.
Movement does not provoke opportunity attacks. The wall's not going to hit me.
That's how it works.
Come on. Can I spin that?
Okay. I will say you can do that and get advantage on.
Neat. Walker's gonna try his busy best. Athletics, that's -1, but at advantage.
Oh! Walker, you start to push through, and immediately, right behind you, like, Owen, you and Sin just see as he gets about 6 or 7 feet in, and then just slips out of view, falling. You just hear this crunching sound. Walker, you start to pull yourself up and just keep going as fast as you can. You go to grab onto a handhold from what looks like a stalactite, and like it breaks off, and a bit of it just falls onto your head, and you finally, after a minute of just toughing it out and dragging yourself through, you get through it, and that is...
Could I have used my restless feature?
I mean...
My tireless feature?
You could use it after him. You can't use it... Yeah, that would be...
Are we going down, or
you're currently going at about a 5-degree angle down. It's not really down. Like, it's so almost undown that, like, you would have to kind of, like, put a marble on the floor to notice.
Then tell me what's happening. I need to go fucking put a hot compress together.
You take 15 bludgeoning.
You fucking kidding me?
As Walker stands up on the other side, holy shit, he looks rough from that. Like, he's got a cut above his eye. You can see his hand got stuck and is kind of cut up and mangled.
Right, well, if Walker can find a safe space to fucking bandage himself, he's gonna do that before proceeding. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Walker presses forward some and begins to bandage. Right behind. Owen.
No,
I need an athletics check. You've got advantage on it. Is there something else you can do here to help yourself?
Like, in addition to?
Yeah.
Seeing how Walker has failed, can I glean any insight into a better way to go about doing this?
Give me a perception check. See if you were able to notice anything through his failure that may help you.
God damn
And give me an athletics check with advantage. Whew! You can see where not to, like, you didn't see necessarily anything to make it easier, but you've noticed what not to do when you saw Walker grab that stalactite. We're like, oh, don't grab anything on the top, try and balance yourself, and a few times you slip and you're like, oh god, and like at one point towards the end you start to get one leg and you're like trying to move it all the way out. You toss your backpack ahead of you, get it onto the ground, and your leg gets stuck and you just fall, and you just feel this piercing as your knee hits what seems to be one of the sharp stalagmites on the bottom and just slam into it like your funny bone on your knee. You are able to like pick yourself up and just, oh fuck, and are able to make yourself the rest of the way. Only take, oh my god,
No.
9 bludgeoning damage. But you make it through.
This is not good. This is no good, very bad. I'm so upset.
Oh.
I'm so fucking mad.
Why do you have to make me imagine these things with my mind?
And
I'm so fucking mad.
you can see, like, for 1 second, your mind is just, you look down and you can just see where, like, your pants got cut a little bit, and there's just this big gash cutting across half of your knee, and you're just like, oh, fuck! And then you just feel the energy fade, you're like, oh, fuck!
I'm so upset.
All right, well, Simon's seen this. Let's see if Simon has any spells for it.
I'd like to, having succeeded and failed at the same time, Owen's gonna, like, pick himself up, brush himself off, and then he'll say, Simon, go about it like this. Karad will help, and he'll cast guidance on Simon.
Guidance is touch.
Are you fucking kidding me, man? Come on, man. Can I touch his finger or some
This
shit,
is the
man?
longest one, man. You can't.
Are you fucking kidding me? I'm so mad.
Simon is going to look at you here and just give this look of, not necessarily nervousness, but like, can you, I think I'm gonna be, can you move a couple feet back?
Of course.
He focuses for a
Owen
second.
Fucking limps over there.
He turns back to Sophia. You need me to carry your bag?
Sorry. Oh, sure. And she'll hand him the bag.
He grabs it, hoists it over his left arm, focuses, and he is going to Misty Step to the other side.
What a bitch, dude. I'm so fucking mad.
Sophia is gonna bring up her light and try to, like, analyze the pathway and see where exactly the stepping stones are and where exactly it is that she can help hold her hands up.
Okay.
I'm gonna, like,
A perception check as well.
can I do investigation? Like, she's not really, like, looking at the big picture. She's trying to analyze exactly the pathway.
Okay, trying to see specifics as you go through it.
Mm-hmm. The same way you'd look for traps, she's looking for, like, where the sharp edges are.
All right, go ahead. Give me a. Oh my
Well,
god!
You see, it's easy to see them because they're blooded. Bloody.
Yeah, there's blood that's reflecting up the little lights that she's moving around the little passageway.
She's going through a sightseeing tour. Hey, there's where Walker busted his head open. Hey, there's where Owen ruined his knee. Hey, there's where Simon just teleported and didn't have any problems. All right, give me an athletics check. You have advantage.
I don't do
29, you begin hoisting yourself and kind of like, you're small enough that you end up pivoting, so like your arms are on one
Give me a
wall and your
second,
legs.
Did I do it with advantage or not?
No, you didn't.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, well, there you go.
That's fine.
You get to the point where you're very carefully, you've got like your hands on the north wall pushing on it and your legs on the south wall, and you're like, man, this isn't a backpack, this isn't too easy, and it takes a long time and you're very careful, but you make it across without hurting yourself.
Yeah,
I lost my funny spell, William, and I'm upset about it.
Oh.
Simon
Sophia-
used a Misty Step to get across, and Sophia had no problems.
Well, she got a nat 20 on investigation.
Did.
Sophia will be doing her best to like point out, using the light to point out to Rom like exactly what path she can take, so that she can do similarly to what Sophia did.
Rom?
Did Owen do anything about Walker's busted up head, or is he just
Owen
chilling?
ruined his knee.
We're blood brothers now, homie.
We're bludgeon brothers.
Bludgeoned brothers.
So we're
Right,
both
so-
tending to ourselves.
I mean, Owen will tend to Walker before he sees to himself.
All right, Rom.
Athletics.
And anything else you want to sell me on?
We're both set to self-tend. Nick.
Sophia's doing her best to help out with the light,
Okay.
and like she's basing it off of the fact that she just went through, so she'd be telling her exactly what paths she took and where's the sharp rocks.
Okay.
Very upset.
She can point it out with the dancing light.
Trying to prevent this cat from.
That's okay, Alex. D&D can wait.
towards-
D&D can
It's
wait.
okay,
No.
we can all wait. All five of us can wait. It's fine.
We'll all wait for the cat.
All right. Athletics regular.
I'm gonna say with Sophia's help, you can get advantage on that, and if there's anything else that you can do here, tell me on anything you could do that might make this easier.
I mean,
Well,
unless I can persuade the rocks to not harm me.
Can't do
Do a
that.
con check. Do a con check. Just fucking take some hits. You got the con.
Just give me an athletics check with
I mean-
advantage with Sophia's help.
Sure. Cool.
Join the club, bro.
Very fun.
Rom begins listening, but being that Rom is a veritable brick shithouse, especially compared to Sophia, who is right ahead of her, the same path that you send her on is considerably less helpful.
It's too narrow for
you.
her.
Yeah, and like being like, oh, you need to grab here. She starts to grab it, and it gives way, and she falls and kind of catches herself, but she slams into a rocky bit and like starts to lift her arm out, and you hear a crack as her hand just gets stuck down there. Finally, she wiggles and pulls it free.
No, pick that other rock. Oh, I'm sorry.
There'll be a
Rom-
moment in the
Sorry?
background where fucking Walker and Owen are patching themselves up, where he says, "We're really committing to this, aren't we?"
It would be difficult to go back now. There's also put ourselves in a particularly vulnerable position.
Quite.
And
As
he
you go.
glances back down towards where Mila fucking disappeared into the fucking ground.
As you guys make your way the rest of the way, Rom, you take 15 bludgeoning damage.
Fucking
Ow.
I also took that much.
You can see, while her wrist may not be dislocated, God, she needs some medical attention, but the doctors literally can't reach her. Single file right now.
Man,
Sophia's
by the
like
end of
fussing,
this,
but can't do anything because she doesn't know medical stuff.
by the end of this, I'm gonna feel like I got ate by a wolf and shot out over a cliff.
You know, in hindsight, we probably should have put Simon. We should have switched Simon and Rom.
Heal afterwards. Do a short rest.
Evian is confident in his abilities this time around. 100% confident.
Does he get mad?
He
No.
focuses and,
He punches the
I
fucking
have watched
wall.
this, I will do it, no problem.
He saw where Rom hit herself.
Yeah,
He just
no
fucking leaps
problem
through like
this
a
time.
fucking Olympic
Gets
long
about-
jumper.
He gets about halfway on a jump before he, like, catches himself, like, putting his hand up and, like, slamming his forehead into his hand where he catches on one of the rocks.
He uses
Grabs
the
on and then
blood
makes it
as
the rest of the...
lubricant.
Ishri, Lily goes on ahead of you. No problem for a
Uh,
dog.
So, Ishri has been in lots of caves. She's probably hidden out in lots of caves. So could I argue for help from survival? From roughing it for a long ass time?
Yeah, I'll allow that.
I really should have gone for something like that before fucking just spinning a spell slot like an asshole.
Right, and give me an athletics check, please, Ishri. It is rough going. You slip a couple of times. You've been in some caves. You've been in some caves. They've been pretty bad. They might have been this bad, but damn, it feels like it's been a while. And the pain, and there's something almost nostalgic about, like, you know, cracking your head on a rock and just keep going. Very, very old school. Very back home.
Or down home, Ishri.
But are able to make it to the other side. Beaten, bloody, and bruised. If wait, would that be? What do I beat? 8 bludgeoning. All right, Walker, you thankfully having dark vision and being at the head. This one, at first, you like just look and you're like, all right, we need to crawl. It just the head of this cave just keeps getting more and more narrow. Just need to crawl. It'll be fine. You get down to one knee and begin to examine it. Okay, you just need to crawl and also not fall down. That pit's at least 15-20 feet deep.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Just need to crawl and not fall in the pit.
Is the pit in our path?
Yes,
Or
it is a
is it
single
off to the
file path.
side?
The pit is, so the cave keeps getting more and more narrow to the point where you have to crawl, and once it's at its most narrow point, it also has about 15-20 foot dip.
So, like, unless we're Evian, we're not coming back this way.
And sorry, but does Walker point out the fact that there is a pit?
Yeah, Walker said, damn, there's a fucking pit.
How deep is it, Walker?
15, 20 feet, maybe.
If you give me a minute, I can get something to maybe help out a little bit.
How are you gonna get up here to use it?
I mean, I can just move it up ahead.
Is it
How wide?
big?
Yeah, how wide is the passageway, Ben?
A little bit less than 5 feet.
Yeah, I should be able to fit, I think, from what I can see so far. Just
What
give me a
about-
minute.
What about how
Sophia's gonna
tall?
use the Tinsor's floating disc to cut us all in half, pushing it forward.
She's gonna have the floating disc go, she's just gonna get people to bend down a bit so it goes over it. It can only float 10 feet, but it can still, like, cut the fall in half if it goes in the pit. Because it can float up to 10 feet. So it'll fall down the pit, but it'll be up 10 feet in the pit.
It's immobile when you're within 20 feet of it.
But,
Yeah,
like, how...
I thought it just follows you.
Yeah, it can only follow you as you're moving away from it.
Oh, okay,
You
never
can't
mind.
make it move.
Never mind.
We have
Well, then, in the past, you have allowed Mitchell to do a stealth check for crawling. That was back in the tower at Dunrock.
I would allow a stealth check and a...
Does that mean I can pass without trace for a big bonus?
not in
Oh
this
my gosh.
case.
Ugh. Wouldn't funny, though.
I mean, but again, yeah, you need to...
Does my dark vision assist me here? in,
Not especially because Sophia also already has it lit up.
Let's see then.
Yeah. For the record, it's the cave thus far has been between about 6 feet by 6 feet to like 8 feet by 8 feet at the widest, and it is now to the point where it is about 4 feet wide by about 2 feet tall, where you crouch
I
down where
hate
you're
that.
ready to crawl in.
I hate that so much.
All right. Well, well, the only thing I have right now on me is that damage. The fuck? I guess Walker's just gonna make the attempt. I don't think any of his stats are gonna help here, unless I can survive my way through. Walker's not exactly a spelunker.
No, this is a very rough one for Walker, especially to be in the lead.
So stealth?
Yeah, stealth to see how efficiently... Oh, you are doing great. You kind of crawl, no problems there. You are able to very easily crawl to the point where you get to the drop-off about 3 feet in. You now see as, like, your head is currently above what seems to be a 15-foot, 20-foot drop. You do see it starts to angle up some. Like, it falls off fairly steeply and then has a very gradual incline back up. So, worst case scenario, you fall and then it seems like the path continues here. Otherwise, you just need to get as far as you can to not fall. So, give me an athletics check to shimmy.
Oh, you son of a bitch, Finn.
Hey, the stealth means you're not hurting yourself trying to crawl through this tiny thing.
So you said worst case scenario, we go down and we can just walk on?
Yeah.
So is that a bad scenario? Like, I feel like Walker
I mean, the bad scenario here is falling 20 feet.
I feel like Walker has had worse falls.
Oh,
like,
I'm sure he has.
In the tower at Dunrock?
Yeah, I'm sure he has had worse.
Can he, like, do the thing where he, like, kind of turns so that his legs are, that way, and then kind of hold onto the edge and then drop the rest of the way?
Yeah, with a 24 stealth he can. He's just got to try and jump down.
Yeah.
Right, in that case, if he's willing to just fall, give me an acrobatics check.
Well, it's like if you go backwards, you can shimmy over the edge.
Yeah, and you
then
lose a
lower
couple feet on the
yourself.
drop that way.
And
Yeah.
and then
That's the
rather than
idea.
fall 20 feet, you're falling like 14 feet or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
idea.
he's got to lose a few feet on the drop here. Yeah. With that, you kind of fall and you kind of like you tuck and roll backwards to catch yourself, which is a strange feeling that you weren't ready for, but it works and you're okay. No damage.
Walker's gonna kind of reach up and go, Sin, go ahead and jump. I'll catch you.
And what's the like her tail is wagging like, oh, and you're getting ready to go down and her tail's like just starts hitting you in the face as like giving you this nice little fan breeze as she starts crawling and she just like immediately crawls and rolls down in and you catch her.
There you go. Good girl.
She runs on ahead a few feet and just starts sniffing.
Right. Yeah, so the hole's not too deep. I think I'm going to try to set up a rope to help you all down. Shit. Walker's going to start putting some fucking pittons in the wall and then, doing rope with it.
Oh,
Hammering pittons into the wall?
Does that seem like a bad idea?
Depends if you want to make noise or not.
Have we not been making noise so far?
Not especially.
Pretty noisy.
I don't like that question.
I'm just asking.
I was gonna say, Ben, like, so between our entire group, we have like 200 feet of rope. So like, where Owen is standing up above Walker, is there like a sturdy-looking stalactite or something that could
Stalagmite.
serve as an whatever?
Mites are on the ground. Tights are on
They
the...
both have an M in them. Anyway,
Walker's...
is there
he's-
something
he's-
sturdy enough for him to tie a rope to?
Yeah, probably back at the last, like, shimmy you had, there was.
How far
Listen,
away
Walker
is
has
it?
an idea. Walker's
About
going to
40, 30, 40 feet.
Oh, it's
Walker's
too far.
going to tie the rope to like a rock or a piton or something, then toss it over and go, Owen, grab that.
I do that.
Okay, you grab the piton that has a rope tied to it.
Now, Owen, just go ahead and hand that to Evian and use it to get down.
Evian, the mobile. Oh, yes.
Well, Walker, we're going to need something more permanent if we need to come back this way.
Sure, but let's, try to get some of us down here for now.
I mean, at that
If you
point,
can
we
find
can always
something-
use Misty Step. for so one person can get up. Or just the teleportation thing.
If you want to try to get something more permanent, then go ahead. But that's what we can use for now.
Have you got a hammer?
I thought about hammering some pittons into the wall here, but I was worried about the noise.
Aren't we already kind of... I mean... Echoes. We're already talking.
If you want me to start doing some pittons, I will.
I just don't like the idea of not being able to come back this way.
Well, someone else come down here, using Evian as an anchor, so I'm not alone in that.
I mean, Owen, do you want me to help you get to that point? And I can make you smaller just so that you can reach Walker more easily?
I don't want you to expend any more than you have to. Let me see if I can do it on my own.
Okay, I just don't want unnecessary injuries. But go ahead if you want.
Slight concern after seeing both Walker
It's gonna
and
be
Owen.
so bad. It's gonna be
Oh
so
god, are you
bad.
excited for your crawling check?
All right,
So Ven, Owen is fully cognizant of the fact that he is not light on his feet. So can he just like, do the like classic zealous patriotism thing and just grit his teeth and bear it through this? Is that a thing?
yeah, are you going
I'm
feet
waiting-
first?
I mean, I don't know.
Because that's a fucking nightmare to me. Going feet first into a constantly getting smaller cave.
It's all a nightmare to me.
If that's what you're
I was
doing,
thinking, like con check or some shit, like I don't know.
I mean, yeah,
I
you can do a
imagine-
con check if you want, and you just want to do the Ishri grin bear, take the damage, and hope it's not as bad.
I mean, now that I don't have my magic spell.
But I can do another thing, Owen, that wouldn't cost as expensive a magic, but could at least reduce how much you're gonna get injured.
I mean, I would prefer my ankles to remain unbroken. I
Well,
suppose.
it will at least be something, and she'll try to her best to move past Simon to touch Owen's shoulder, and she's gonna go ahead and cast Mage Armor on him. So at least he'll have some level of armor as he goes through, and not to be as
All right.
intensely scratched up if
No,
you just
it's
brute
AC is
force it.
12.
Yes, my magical armor of 12.
Unless.
But here's
Listen,
something-
it's
here's
better
something.
than 9.
Rolling the 24 to crawl check. I have to imagine Walker did like the solid snake fucking crawling thing.
All right, so Owen, are you going feet first or head
I
first?
assume the idea is still that, like, if he gets scratched up, it won't be as bad since it's, like, all over
Yeah,
magical armor.
that's
I
the
mean,
hope.
I have to go feet, right? Because if I go head, then I'm just gonna fall on my head.
You can ask
Come on,
Walker to
Walker.
catch you.
Yeah.
At first.
Owen is Walker's
Sure.
favorite damsel.
It's got to be feet. It has to be.
All right, you start crawling into the unknown backwards.
Wait, no, I hate this so much. I hate it so much.
What was that?
Regret.
What was that horror game that it was just a hallway?
You did this to me, Sophia. You son of a bitch.
GT.
What did I do to you?
Yeah, it's like in PT.
I
If you just like walk
tried to
backwards.
make you
the whole time.
smaller, and then you said no.
You lobbied is what you did.
So, Owen, give me a. You're just got grin and bear it. Constitution check.
Hold on one second.
I'll give you advantage because you got some magical armor on you.
He's giving you advantage. He likes your style.
I'm asking for Karad's guidance because I'm literally taking a leap of faith here, so there you go.
Is Walker trying to catch him when he comes down?
No,
Sorry, Owen, I tried.
you can ask.
He's gonna try and do the same thing where he hangs by his
To try and drop
his
the
hands.
But Walker will attempt to get out of the way.
So what is this? Just regular con check?
on check out
With
advantage.
advantage.
That's pretty big, dude.
Good, you and it hurts, and you're like you're bending your shoulder in ways it should not go, but it cracks once, but you're like, good, I'm good, and you keep going. And then there's that moment where your soul leaves your body, where all of a sudden your feet are not touching anything.
Walker, you can hear like as Owen's doing this, like he like through gritted teeth, he just says, "Fucking got it."
All right, give me an
gosh.
acrobatics check to fall.
Oh yeah, I probably should have saved guidance for this one.
You still got your hands?
You,
Dude, that's pretty big for Owen.
you fall and kind of like land.
Didn't he use the rope that fucking Evian was holding?
Evian wasn't holding it. They never finished that.
What? No.
We
fuck-
did?
I didn't know you guys
fucking-
finished doing that.
Walker
No,
threw
he's
up
just
the rope
holding
for
it.
Owen to grab.
Okay.
Yeah, if Evian holds the rope, then Owen can use it to get down.
I didn't know
easily.
you guys never said you were passing it down to Evian. I can get that part.
You definitely.
The
said
last
that.
thing I
we-
heard
we
was
definitely-
Walker talking about hammering Pythons in and whether or not they were going to.
I mean, the conclusion was
Yeah, and the other
Evian.
thing.
Okay. All right, so
At least for now.
Walker, Owen, you start to and kind of slide down the rope, and you get down. You're good. Whew. Thank God for Sophia's lights right now, or this would be a living nightmare.
When
Welcome to the
when he
bottom of the hole.
when he lands, Walker, you can see Owen Owen looks around and he's not having a good time. Like he looks around him at the pressing stone in all directions, and he doesn't look well. He looks like he looked in the Shadowfell, but like, this time it's not like a mystical, it's not a magical effect. He just doesn't want
It's
to.
just
But
awful
with-
things in the world.
With the magical light of
Oh.
Sophia and Walker being perceptive, he noticed that Owen is slightly shimmering.
Walker's looks sick of this shit. He's not like he's so nonplussed.
All right.
But in that, he also says, "Welcome to the bottom of the hole. Population now 3."
Simon kind of... You just hear under his breath, nope. Nope. And he begins to crawl in. He's going to crawl in just enough to be able to see. Soon as his eyes make contact with you, Owen,
He casts switch position, and I have to do it again.
is going to Misty step right down there.
Couldn't he Doragos's word of
Asshole.
recall some of this shit?
I don't know how it works.
You literally
Well-
invented the spell with him. You
Yeah, well, it's not
tricked-
Now that-
prepared, so...
Now that there are
He doesn't
3
have his own
people
spell prepared.
at the bottom
I
of the hole,
changed his
Walker
spells.
is going to start hammering and pittons into the wall to then attach the rope to, so that others can get down easily with Evian not there anymore.
All right, so Evian's still there for 2 more of them.
The only
Oh,
one
I thought
who's
Evian
not
was
there.
much
Oh,
later,
sorry.
but still, Walker's still going to take the time to start hammering in the pittons.
All right,
We'll have to get back
all
this way.
right. Start hammering in. You hear a loud ting ting echoing down the corridor further. Sophia,
Are
if
we-
you would.
Wait, hold on a second. Are we concerned with noise?
I don't know why you would be. I'm just saying that you're being very loud. It's up to you
Well,
whether or not you want.
You've got
Walker is
Yusri.
going to say to Owen, "Hey, make sure you keep an eye out while I'm doing this."
You've got Yusri.
Do you think we
dropping
shouldn't
down metal
be
armor.
making noise?
Well, we know there's things in this cave. We don't know what other things are in this cave. Better be safe than be sorry.
I mean, if it's important, you can block the noise.
You begin to
A
hear
little late for that.
Sin whining behind
no.
you, like
Oh,
further down.
no.
What is it?
And, like, you see Sin, like, knows something, and you kind of look up, and some kind of, like, thick tar or something that she, like,
Oh,
stepped in,
oh.
and she's, like, trying to wipe it off on the cave floor.
Oh, I hate this.
Sophia, are you getting through the
Can we have a moment?
What's
Can
going
we have
on?
a moment for that scene?
Hey,
Can we
listen,
address my
we're
dog?
already up to the... We'll get to it after Sophia.
What do you
Don't
mean?
get to
These
me.
are happening at the same time.
Sophia turns to Rom. Would you like for me to do the same thing I did with Owen so that you don't get hurt as much? I'm assuming, this is assuming that she doesn't have armor on.
She would be. She would have been carrying it to get through the.
Yeah, but not
the-
on.
Yeah, but this will at least help you not get scratched up walking through or crawling through. If anything, I
Sure.
should have done it earlier, but I didn't think it'd be this bad.
That sounds nice.
Sophia touches her shoulder, and a little shimmer goes across. It probably feels kind of warm when the magic goes across your body, and then you can look in the light, and there's a slight shimmer. It's hardly noticeable.
Sophia, how are you getting through here?
Sophia's gonna go ahead and crawl through. And she's not going feet first, though. She is going head first,
Right.
and she's gonna do her best to catch the rope as soon as she sees. Like, she's gonna actually, since Evian is holding the rope, she's gonna go ahead and try to use the rope to pull her through as she's crawling up until the hole.
Okay, give me an athletics check, and also who's holding the rope on the other side? Anyone?
It would be
I mean, she's
Walker,
still-
right? Although
She's
it doesn't
still
really-
crawling.
Okay, you said
What?
helping pull her through. I assumed you were grabbing the rope and pulling.
no.
herself.
No,
Oh,
yeah,
the rope
exactly.
put in the wall.
You know, she's crawling on the ground, but using the rope to kind of help her
Okay.
out, like, pull her out if there's, like, a tight spot.
Okay, all right, give me an athletics check.
But can she still crawl through? Like,
I mean,
she's
yes,
just
that's what
using
this
the-
is for, to crawl through.
We've
There are two
established that
parts
you
to
can use
this.
stealth
Can I not
to
do a
crawl.
sleight of hand?
I'm sorry?
We've established you can use stealth.
Oh
to
yeah,
crawl
you can
through.
use stealth if you want.
Oh, yeah.
Make yourself, try and make yourself small.
Yes.
Sophia,
She's
no
just-
problems. As you guys then see, there is room to kind of reorganize right at the base where you can kind of fit two people side by side.
Well,
Sophia, once she
we have
gets to
three
the
and a
hole-
dog, so
And Sophia does her best to, like, descend with the rope once she gets to the hole.
Yeah, so you guys see as Sophia's head pops out, you're kind of like awkwardly grabbing the rope as you're trying to pivot your body. You can give me a athletics check with advantage to use the rope to try and slide down as best you can, or an acrobatics check to try and gracefully fall.
somebody is watching. Whether it's Owen or Walker, or we're not just gonna let her fall on her ass. If that's like, we're gonna help her out.
I'm going to assume it's gotta be Owen and Simon at this point because we're getting a little full here.
Where's fucking putting the fucking pins in?
Yeah, he would be close to the rope if he's putting the pins in.
Okay, so in that case, do you guys want Simon at the front?
I mean,
Owen will
Walker
take-
would have asked Owen explicitly to go, you fucking cut away from the scene then.
Okay.
Walker would have asked Owen to go check on Sin and keep an eye on
Okay.
up front.
All right, problem. Okay.
Okay, she's trying to. She's probably just do her best with acrobatic. She'll fall down.
Slide down, trying to grab onto the rope and slide. You kind of burn yourself a bit. You're going to take
Some rope
2 damage from rope burn. Not bad, not bad. But you weren't ready for how fucking fast you were gonna fall, but you make it mostly unscathed. Rom.
There's a dog with spooky tar on her. I want to help her out, bro.
Owen, you see
Sophia would do her
Sin.
best to.
Sin is currently she's trying to bite at her paw pad while also scraping it on the floor.
Sophia at this point would try not to be in front of Walker and Simon and walk past towards Owen because she doesn't want to be in the way for Rom.
You want Ron to fall on you?
Now at this point, Owen is going to be stuck at the front.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I mean, Walker would like to be up there, but I've not been told I'm done with the one thing, and people just keep coming like a clown car.
Yeah.
All right, I got a little upset.
So
You could tell Rom to fucking wait.
yeah. So as Rom starts,
Rom, wait.
all right,
Let me finish this.
Owen,
Oh,
the Sin
alright.
currently
She
biting her
sounds
paw
like
pad
she
and
doesn't-
scraping it at the floor.
What's wrong? Sin?
She
What-
sounds
what's
like she doesn't super want to come anyway, so she's fine with waiting.
She kind of whines a bit and then bites at it again and then noses towards this small, maybe 4 or 5 inch wide puddle of black tar goo.
Do I recognize it?
Yeah, and Sophia also look to see if she can
The great
figure out
tar
what it is.
monster of Kintaran.
Give me a nature check.
I know things about animals of my native land. Or
She's found fucking oil. Walker's rich now.
This is from no animal you've ever seen. Sophia, you would immediately know that this is not natural. Like, you wouldn't know what this is for nature check, but you would know this is not naturally occurring. Like, this is not a thing that should be here. Something put this here.
What?
Okay, this doesn't seem like it should be in a cave. It seems kind of like something or someone else put it here.
What is it?
I mean, I'm not certain. She tried to, like, get up a bit closer and just, like...
Try and look over the shoulder and get a little bit closer to it.
Yeah. Like, shine a light over it.
Give me an Arcana check.
Is O'Halloran trying to pull something on us?
Oh.
Who?
That is,
Milo.
Fucking Milo?
That is definitely from some sort of a strange creature that you know as an ooze.
Oh, son of a fucking bitch.
Owen.
You can't really tell what kind from this, but some sort of ooze caused this.
Owen, so I haven't actually ever seen one in person, so I wouldn't know what kind it is, but, that's definitely from an ooze of some kind.
What, like, what does that mean?
It's a type of, I suppose, monster of a kind. It's, how to describe it? I mean, it's really, ooze is a very fitting name for it. And,
Can you get it off of her?
Sophia's gonna try to use prestidigitation to, like, clean it off the paws.
It does so. With very little issue. Upon slightly closer examination, it does seem to have some, at least, minor acidic properties to it.
Burn my fucking dog.
She's gonna look at the paws, like, since dog paws to see if they're okay.
They seem to be. It seems like it was dealt with quick enough.
Yeah, so this is, this ooze, if ever we come across it again, we should be careful. It's some type of acidic, kind of corrosive material. It can be quite dangerous, and if we find the ooze itself, we will have to be quite careful, to say the least.
This is the creature's leavings?
I mean,
What does
as
it
I
look
said,
like?
it oozes, so it's basically made of that, pointing at the stuff that was on the floor.
Like a water monster?
I suppose, in a way, it's like if O was more slimy and disgusting, and also made of that stuff. The black stuff there would be found on the floor. It has a little bit less... Anyways, from the things I've seen of it, it has less of a form. It just kind of...
It's an amorphous blob.
Yeah, just kind of blob, and it can also fit into very tight spaces. Because it's just, like, slimy water that goes around wherever.
But does it have eyes? Does it...
Not as
to
far
my
as you
knowledge.
know, yeah.
It just kind of knows where it is.
So, sentient jelly
Yes.
is what you're saying.
Essentially, yes. Sentient jelly that wants to melt us.
What the hell are you talking about over there?
At this point, please, can we... we'll jump back to this conversation. Rom, as Walker finishes hammering in the python.
Okay.
Rom nervously yells, "What's going on down there?"
I hear them talking about some type of jelly?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I don't think it's for breakfast. I'm pretty sure there's a monster or something.
What? Like right now?
Signs of.
Well, I'd better come down then, right?
Yeah?
Alright.
Just make sure to use the rope on your way down. Walker's gonna try to move ahead and join the others.
Alright. Okay, so you're going ahead of Simon.
Yes.
Okay. Been walking
Sophia at this point with less space for Walker to walk past if he wants to do so.
All right. So
Yeah.
right now, Owen is at the front. There is
Walker's gonna check on
second. Walker, you kind of Sin is small enough that she can like kind of hear like fit by, but she seems okay.
On her way past, Sophia would point out to Walker where the goo is. That is the sign of the monster.
It's surprisingly non-reflective to light. Like, most liquids have a level of, you know, reflection to them. This seems to almost, like, absorb the light. Anyway.
I don't like that.
That means we're gonna fucking walk into it.
Rom. How are you getting down? How are you squeezing through?
Rom goes backwards and tries not to cry.
Right. Athletics check, please. Or stealth to try and get through.
We are gonna do athletics because
She's
it is
got-
marginally better.
She's got mage armor, right? So
Yeah.
Rom, you.
Just hop on.
pretty big, dude.
Let's go, and you just start going, and then you
Oh
have
my
that same moment of the soul leaving your body. The first time one of your boots does not touch anything.
Sophia seeing this would be like, "It's okay, Rom. Simon and me are here."
But
Okay.
At this
who all's
point-
injured currently?
Walker,
Me.
Owen, and Rom are the big hurts right now.
I think Ishmi and Evie now, sorry. While he's up there at the second position, Walker's gonna kind of pull out his symbol of change. He's gonna say, if we're gonna be a monster, we need to be able to fight one. And he's gonna kind of look at that, look to Owen and his own wounds, and say, heal us. And kind of, when nothing happens, gonna kind of shake it a bit.
No, come on,
Move-
Walker. You've got to say it with
Move our
feeling.
wounds. And after
Say it.
that, it's still shaking a little bit. It starts sputtering out the same black cloud from before that begins shaping into. It actually almost looks like very small version of Tin. Small and amorphous. Definitely no real defined form, but it seems to kind of run. It kind of like runs slowly through the air as it kind of drifts towards a Walker. And then I'm gonna take a hot 2d6 real quick for myself.
As you are healing, Rom, can you give me the athletics check with advantage to go down the rope?
I gave you one.
You gave me one to get. That's to get through.
That's for squeezing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you gotta do one to go down. As Walker begins healing the allies, Rom, you make your way down.
Nick, how many does Owen need? One?
On a scale of 0 to 41, he's about a 31.
So he needs one. Okay. Think big. After about 12 seconds, one might say, it drifts from Walker over to Owen, and he can feel that the feeling of a distant warmth that's far outside of where we are currently.
Ian makes it down, no problem. Lily,
I have 4 hit points.
Yeah.
Ishri, at your command.
You're in the catcher.
Lily is heading
And-
down to get caught by Evian. By the way, I need a marching order. Who was going next, Sophia or Simon?
Sophia would probably stick to being next to Rom.
Okay, so
Speaking
Could have
of,
gone worse, I guess. I'd still hated it.
the funny spirit's gonna go find Rom and then give her a d6 before dissipating.
and
Enjoy these average rolls. Brought to you by William Stevenson.
and
Mr. Coverage.
Ishri,
Stevenson.
are you also just gonna like shove yourself through here?
So yeah, to get through, she's gonna shove herself through head first.
Head first, horrifying. All right,
Christ.
give me athletics check, please.
Everything's bad.
By the way, for Rom and Owen, you guys have mage armor for the next 8 hours.
Start.
Is Owen?
Owen's up front.
Where's the Owen token?
Your Walker.
It's not under Walker.
I just moved Walker.
I don't see Owen. I'm gonna reload.
Anyway,
Is there a space Ishri can land where she's not within 5 feet of anyone else?
I mean,
do a
everyone else has
pallet
kind of moved forward, so yeah, you're kind of okay.
Yeah, so once Ishri basically gets her head through,
You
she's
do
gonna
take, with athletics. God, 5. You get a bit stuck, and you're like, I can get this. Oh, that hurt, and like your shoulder just pops in the wrong way.
Once that happens, she goes, fuck that. And she looks at a point back away from everyone else, and she's gonna cast Sky Strike. And Ishri lands, she like basically unfolds, like she basically pops out and blinks down in like superhero landing style with like a flash of lightning, lands behind everyone else.
Is there
Oh my
accompanying thunder?
It doesn't say
like
so.
crash.
What
heard
kind of
about
damage is it?
It does say flash of lightning.
The fuck?
Lightning damage. This is lightning damage.
Okay, so there's just this loud as like it echoes across the ground for a few. Not as loud as you would expect. Most of the loudness comes from Ishri crashing to the ground. But
And it kind of like dissipates with that same sort of like oily inkiness that usually accompanies Ishri's magic.
oh, and as you guys continue to make your way further into this cave with this strange black tar-like substance,
Can I
making sure
ask a
not
question
to...
first?
What?
Ask a question first.
Sure.
How does Owen feel about being healed by Walker?
Fuck. I had a thing for this, and then
We cut away immediately.
yeah. When he feels the distant warmth, he kind of like looks down and like turns his hands over a few times, and he says, "You know, I've healed myself before, but it's quite satisfying, Walker, to feel it come from you."
Well, I would say hopefully we won't need it again, but you know how it is.
Well, if there's sentient jelly down here, who knows? Pity we didn't bring some toast.
And then we go forward.
As you guys go forward through this seemingly unending, strange, dank, dark cave, lit only by the arcane, torches for backup, Owen now with the lead after a shuffle falling down, avoiding this black tar-like substance that Ishri proclaims is the leavings of a... I'm sorry, what did I say?
What do you mean?
I still had Ishri's fucking page open before she was casting that spell. Where Sophia proclaims is the leavings of strange, corrosive, amorphous blobs. But now is not the time for questions. Now is not the time for second guessing. You all press onward. Further into this cave, further under Mount Doch. That is where we end tonight's session. Oh boy.
I hate this.
You guys went into a cave.
Let's go right now. Watch The Descent or As Above, So Below.
No,
Fuck
thank you.
that.
I will literally not, but okay.
Oh,
All right, I'm almost asleep. Good night, guys.
good night,
Good
Hannah.
night.
Oh,
Sophia
man.
will have explained to everybody as well, just so for next
Yeah.
time. She will have told everybody what the ooze is once they're all
She's
down.
like, it's creepy ooze. It's gonna fuck us. Pass it on.
Yeah,
Oh.
basically.
Oh, my
So
God.
then everybody is less confused about it being for toast.
Next week, no more new recording setup for next week. That'll be fun.
18 HP from a level 2 spell slot isn't terrible.
No, not at all.